Hey, what's up, y'all? So, this week we are discussing YG's Tiffany, his new song. Let me get my notes out. I love moments like this in the culture because we get to kind of dissect actual art, and I'm going to go into why I think that's important. Give some people a chance to come on in. I have done this type of conversation before on Kendrick Lamar's um, Auntie Diaries. I'm going to put that video in the chat just so we can, if you want to go recap that, you can check it out. Hey, Ty. Hey, Mario. Hey, Nova. Hey, Andre. How are you? How is everybody? Abby, what's your tea? Make sure if you are returning, you make sure you thumbs up as you come on in. If you are new here, welcome. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification button. If you enjoy the conversation, thumbs up. It's free. um, yeah. How y'all week been going? Before we get started, I gotta ask y'all, give people a chance to come on in and ask y'all what y'all see. Yeah, we had a dope time. I think I talked about it on the show this week. I know, isn't it hot as hell? It's been in the 90s this week in Houston. So I've been staying in the cool, baby. In the AC. I ain't been feeling the heat. I had to go grocery shopping a couple of days ago, but other than that, baby, in the house. Did I miss the Amaya Scott interview? No, I haven't posted it yet. Oh, my back is itching. I can't reach it. So, let me see. I have a couple of other interviews that I'm going to put out. Hey, Brandon. I'm not a fan of it, but I gotta listen to your take. I haven't even listened to the Kendrick. What? How you gonna say you're not a fan of something you ain't even listen? You ain't even listen to the song. How you not a fan of it? I thought we were gonna get some more rain, but now she's just want to burn the dollars, right? All right, we do have a lot to talk about, I think. I've heard a lot of critiques. So let's go ahead and get started. I hope y'all come out. If y'all are in Houston, make sure y'all come out to the Black Like That festival. That is tomorrow. It is going to be from 2 to 9 p.m. It's so packed. There's so much stuff going on. Normal Anomaly always do really good events. Duran Bernard is going to perform. Last year JT performed and it was dope. It's just been a lot going on. And This is going to be fun, joyous fun. Get my notes. No, 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 no. All right, just a little bit of background. So, YG is a rapper. Duh. Um, he has a new track called Tiffany that came out on his current album, called The Gentleman's Club. One of the visuals of him on this particular song, well, I don't know if it's another visual, but one of the visuals, not visuals. Why am I saying that wrong? Visuals. I'm like, why am I saying that word wrong? Visuals. He is dressed nicely, similar to like somebody in the 40s. Just a nice suit is black and white, and he's rapping it. And it's the music. That's it. That's all. That's all the visual. He got a mic in front of him. It's simple, but it goes along with the aesthetic of what the name of the album is, The Gentleman's Club. And this is one of those rare moments that, similar to Auntie Kendrick Lamar's Auntie Diaries, where we see cisgender black men in hip hop through their art, attempt to address the trans narrative, the trans story, transphobia, toxic masculinity, just the navigating the trans existence in some kind of way through their art. And not usually, in both of these examples, YG's story and Kendrick Lamar's story is a concept, is a storytelling. They are. I feel like they both are about Black masculinity's reaction to trans women, trans people, but specifically trans women, because each one of the characters the characters that they explore the most is I don't know. I won't say that. Trans people. Let's just say trans people. But what gets people hyped is women. To me, I feel like there's when they talk about trans men, it don't be too much. But anyway, I feel like it's a lot of using the trans, and I'm not against this actually. Using the trans narrative. I am against it in political arena, but I am not against it in the art arena. And it is because of how I approach art and what I think art is. To me, when it comes to art, just to give a context of before we even start talking about the actual music and what's being talked about, to me, there is this invaluable like symbiosis between an artist and the people who are experiencing the artist's art. So the spectator, the viewer, the whatever the art that they're presenting, there's a relationship between the two. And I think it's important. I think that it is, I think that is, I believe that art is the first frontier of change when we think about the imagination of things happening, of what could be possible. Somebody had to imagine flying in order for us to get to an actual airplane existing. Do you see what I'm saying? Like somebody drew something flying, drew a machine before it actually became into existence. I think when we think about art, it is usually in writing, in poetry, in paintings, in sculpture, in art is usually where people are expressing ideas of change, usually. And so I think it's an important place. I think artists have an important place to move culture in different directions, but it is their job to me to have a conversation using their art, using their art. And so to me, I don't think art's primary value is just to be some kind of flawless, boring moral statement about anything. I think people always they critique it as if it's supposed to be perfect, and I don't think that. I think to me it serves as like a mirror, or even like a lightning rod for necessary like cultural dialogue. So I think on its own it is the artist's creation, but I feel like when art is more powerful when it sparks conversation. And so how I approach an artist putting something out is going to be very different than how I approach somebody just talking shit. You see what I'm saying? Somebody talking shit, and it's not art. It's just them saying something, like saying an opinion or all that kind of stuff. I'm going to critique them way harsh if you just talking out your ass and it's not art. Do you see what I'm saying? But but an artist putting something out to me indicates that they want it to be engaged with. They want it to be critiqued. They want us to talk about it. You see what I'm saying? And not just for capital gain, just for the artist perspective. Just the I'm putting this out for y'all to critique. That's what I think it's about. So so in that framework, I'm just talking about it to critique it as I did Kendrick Lamar's Diary, not to say, not to point fingers and you shouldn't have did this, you shouldn't have put it out. Da, 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 da. That's not really my style when it comes to art. I think when it comes to people saying shit out of their mouth that's wrong and bullshit, blah 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 blah, I'm gonna wag my finger. But artists, I think I approach it in a different way. Does it make sense? So when I look at these two pieces of work, and I'm going to compare them at first, but I'm going to go into YG. But because it's really rare that we have people telling stories about trans people, and so these two moments, 4 years ago with Kendrick Lamar and this moment with YG, we rarely have this. So I think it's good for us to engage with it. What you are witnessing between the two, the distinction between the two, um, you're witnessing like two distinct approaches to hip hop storytelling that's grappling in just in different perspectives. Does it make sense? Just in just different perspectives. So when we think about, see my notes. Hey Turner. Hey Ray. People think art can't evoke good and bad feelings. So I I don't think they understand that that is the purpose. And good and bad feelings are going to be based on what you bring to the art, Mario. Do you see what I'm saying? Like what we bring to all of our past is going to dictate how we see this art in front of us, our perspective. It's not everybody is going to be different when they look at this piece of, whatever the type of art it is. What you bring to the table, your visceral reaction to it is based on all you bring to the table when you experience it. And I don't think that I don't think a audience's critique of a song, even if it's bad, is a rejection of the artist. And I don't think it should be. I think it actually, to me, I feel like a critique is our job to let you know it's a part of the fulfillment of the work. You put it out for us to critique. The critique should be the goal. It's the conversation. It's, hey, I put my energy into making this and I'm presenting it to you. If you're expecting everybody to say, yay, 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 I don't think that is, I don't know. I don't think that's productive in society just to, for somebody to say you're amazing, you're amazing, you're amazing. I feel like people want to feel something with your art, and sometimes that's bad. Sometimes, listen, Mary J. Blige, people love to talk about Mary J. Blige can't sing, blah blah blah. But one thing that Mary J. Blige does that I love about her, she gonna make you feel a motherfucking song. She gonna make you feel it. She might not hit a note perfectly, exactly how it's supposed to be. She might do some hollering. She might do all the things that people claim is indication of, oh, she don't know how to sing, blah 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 blah, because she don't have the tone or the range or the whatever, like a Whitney Houston. But honey, I be feeling her music. And so it might not be to the it might not be perfect to somebody, but in regards to touching me, there's people with way more beautiful voices than Mary that I get not a lick of soul from. And I think that's kind of how art is. And I'm pretty sure there's somebody who don't feel the soul of Mary, who don't feel it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's just a part of art. Um, I think if you're measuring art, I think the true measure of art is not that everybody is in a comfortable consensus about it. I think I think the beauty of it is whether it forces some type of necessary confrontation. Like, are you holding up a mirror to society, or the individual who is experiencing it? Is it reflecting something? I respond to almost all visual and sonic art, and especially because I feel where the artist is coming from, even when many others can't see or hear it. Specialty. Hmm. Um, okay. I think I want to talk about hip hop specifically. Um, Hip hop is notoriously shallow about certain subjects. When we talk about queer people, when we talk about homophobia, when we talk about certain things, it, it's not much. It's thin. It's shallow. It's not. Nobody. We're just getting to the point, literally now in this cultural moment in the past 5 years, where some big names in hip hop is actually grappling with stories about us. And so I think that's powerful. I think that that's a good thing. I don't think that that's a negative thing. Um, I feel like, as an audience, it is. I feel like it's not my job, or as an audience, our job to consume it, just to consume it passionately. But to me, listen, it's gonna be friction. I think if you just focus on the I think you got to critique the language. You got to critique the execution. You got to bring your own lived experiences to do an analysis on it. So you got to bring all of that to the table. Um, and I think that that's going to cause a natural friction, good or bad. It's going to bring an energy to it, between the artist and the public. And that's what we do. It's a sign, to me, I think it's a sign of healthy dialogue, where music forces us to process, our own blind spots, whether delivered good or bad. It still is going to spark videos like this. It still is going to spark conversation. It's going to spark, articles. It's going to spark critiques. That's just what it is. And I think seriously critiquing art, when you seriously critique it, I think you elevate it. You elevate the conversation from just a simple, um, is this song good or bad? Is this right or wrong? Um, I don't. I think that that is shallow. I think, um, when you have critiques of it, you elevate it to, you investigate in hip hop. You investigate how it operates as a tool for public processing. Like when we are, um, that's what hip hop is. When I think about, um, what would you do when the summer's at home, crying on the low on the bedroom floor because he's hungry? That tells a particular story that puts you in the mind of somebody. When we think Brenda's got a baby, Tupac's Brenda's got a baby. When we think of, I think of, what's the song by Biggie that, Nicki Minaj did a remake to? I feel like Biggie's version was quite toxic as fuck and gross. There, if you pay attention to some of the lyrics, he was literally talking about date raping, um Raven Simone, and she was 8. Like I found that song to be quite disturbing, even back then. Not just through the lens of now, but even back then, I was like, this nigga is talking crazy. Biggie got a lot of lines in his music that's like, what is this nigga talking about? This is wild. Um, Something about, I think it's called Dreams. I think that song is called Dreams. And so, but that's what he wanted to put out. And so, how do we critique it? Was this inappropriate? You know what I'm saying? We talk about it. Okay, so let's talk about the two. Um, like I said, I think both of these songs are an attempt by straight black men rappers to engage with the trans experience. But their approach, they just place the listener in completely different emotional positions. Okay. So Auntie Dyers with Kendrick Lamar chose a deconstructive, um, highly personal narrative arc. He intentionally included his own past ignorance using slurs, misgendering. Um, One of the critiques of his song is that he was using these misgendering words, and I'm like, yo, I don't like in art when people try to police words. I don't like that. I don't. In a personal talk, yes. A normal commentary, yes. But in art, I don't like it. I feel like when you take, the nigger out of Huckleberry Friend, you remove context that's needed for that time. I don't think I'm never gonna agree with taking words, respectability, putting respectability politics or politically correct analysis, forcing that on language in art. I'm never gonna agree with that. I think it should be able to, you should be able to use words that's appropriate. And I think he did it in a beautiful way. He used his words, the slurs and the misgendering, um, and to map his own evolution and challenge the broader culture's mindset around homophobia and transphobia. This is what Kendrick Lamar did in the song. He reflects on his own personal growth and his past interest. And to me, he is asking, Kendrick is asking the audience to grow alongside him. Let me tell you this story about where I was, here, thoughts. I'm going to give the critique of church. I'm going to give the critique of how I see people engage with her, how I fell short, all the things. Like it was a beautiful depiction of his own journey with a trans person in his life, with trans people in his life. Okay. Now, the public response was kind of polarizing in regards. Some praised it. They said it was vulnerable. I think there's they said it held up a mirror to the black church and their hypocrisy because they be on some bullshit. Others, was talking about it to me on a superficial level, talking about it in a sense, oh, dead naming, trying to be to relax. This is art. Now, if you're dead naming in an interview, I would feel bad about it. I have a problem with that. But honey, in the art, no. That's what I said. And so people were discussing it in that way, talking about him using the F word. He should never, because he's a straight black man, he should never be using that. And I think context matters. And I think it's hypocritical for us to act like context doesn't matter. And so in the context of his song, I totally understood. Wow, I'm telling you, this is the language that I use. And then over time, it just changed. So in the beginning of when I'm telling you how I was, I'm going to use that language. It made perfect sense. Ultimately, it was a poignant self-reflective journey between how he started and then empathy, because it was empathetic. That's what I took it. Now YG takes a different approach. He approached his narrative, of course, it's storytelling the same way, but he focused on a specific scenario, um, where his character reacts violently after discovering a woman he took home is trans. Um, it's immediate. It's the like raw realities, kind of like street culture, club culture, and kind of it's a lot of elements that's being played in his story. YG, I think YG asked the audience to inhabit the mind of a man confronting a trans woman and confronting that rage and confronting that violence. Okay. Um, I think the critique that I've been hearing is it's clumsy. It's of course disturbing. I find that one to be annoying for me. Clumsy, I agree with that. It's clumsy. Um I, the execution is clumsy. Um and people are saying that the story relies on a lot of tropes, um, dehumanizing, you know, at the same time in this moment where we are trying to be included politically. Um, I feel like think that there is a hint at the end of empathy trying to be conveyed in the storytelling, but just in general, I think it falls flat. I think the empathy falls flat in YG's particular song. Um, of course, is using these kind of dated trans panic tropes. Um, it's platforming violence. It is relying on many dangerous stereotypes. There's a song like Eminem's song Stanley. No, Stan. I don't think it's like that. Um, I guess in a way, maybe. In a way, maybe. Yeah, in a way, maybe. I could see that comparison. Not as not as well executed. Not as well executed. I think Eminem's execution of Stan was brilliant. All of it. The Dido, the perspective, the video, the everything was brilliant. Everything was thoughtful and brilliant. Um, but yes, I feel like YG's one of the problems is that these stereotypes and these this kind of trans panic narrative, which historically has been used to justify violence against trans women. So yeah, I think that his is just clumsy. So I want to ask y'all, in your past, in your experience of music, um, can a song be harmful even if even if it didn't intend to be harmful? Can it be harmful? And give me an example of it in the past, that you a song that you felt from your perspective, this song is kind of harmful. And and when it comes to that, should we judge art by the message, the impact, or both? Like, how does that work for y'all? To you, whatever your thoughts, whatever you think. Have you experienced a song that you think was hurtful to the point where you think it shouldn't have been created? Had YG shown himself to be somewhat introspective and self-aware and trying to unlearn his biases, maybe there be something there, but he's not really doing the work enough to show it. Interesting, Serenity. So when I'm telling a story, does it have to be some didactic, introspective? Um, what if I'm just telling you the story how it happened, and I want you to talk about it? Hey, son, it felt opportunistic to me. Like he saw these trans conversations going viral, and he did something without it truly being revelatory. I wish he rapped about his homeboy bringing home a trans girl. Wasn't what that was what it was about. Baju Bantan, Boom Boom, Bye Bye. I know the song, but I don't know it deep enough to talk about it, to critique it. What is that song about? It feels like a cash grab. See, I don't like making it shallow like that, y'all. Somebody's going to talk about transness. Why not? Trans is a hot topic. The experience, the I don't think everybody who is talking about it is a cash grab. D White, D Whitman, I think it's D Whitman. Why not him? Why not? Harmful retrospective of drugs. Papa Molly, I'm sweating. Got a lot of motherfucker hooked on drugs. Mm. Okay. Not just trans though. Gay baiting as well. Look at the streamers, them doing sus stuff. Explain that, T Turner. What do you mean? I meant like his homeboy bringing home a trans woman to hang out, him reacting to it or something. Oh, you think that you think that perspective of the story would have been different? You would have wanted like that. Hmm. What is he adding to the conversation? What is he not? He's exploring rage. He's exploring violence. He's exploring dis- dishonesty, deception. He's exploring cisgender women's interaction with trans women. Um, he's exploring one of the things that he talks about. The fucking first verse, he talks about, brings up drinking all the time, and I think that sparks conversation about consent, because straight men only understand consent when they are the one being harmed, and that's when they bring it up. Oh, I was drinking, I didn't know, I didn't pay attention, and I was drinking, and the she was trying to tell me, but I just was blah 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 blah. But when it comes to a woman and consent, they're really like, oh, so why was she drinking? Why was she dressed like that? Why was she da 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 da? They don't have that same kind of care with women. But when they're drunk and vulnerable, they're like, oh, these people tricked me because I was drinking and wasn't paying attention. I think that's a spark. That's a conversation that he's sparking. I think he's sparking a conversation about when is it appropriate? Is it appropriate for Fish to try to tell her tea? Was it appropriate for that? I think he's sparking a conversation of, is violence ever okay? I think not, but there's some people out here who think that it is. I think there's some people that, whether I think it's right or wrong, or you think it's right or wrong, there are some people out here think that if you are tricking me Violence is the way. There's a conversation at the end of the song where he talks about, like, the first line, the last line is, I'm not perfect. Ending on that line is poetic, because who is? It makes you ask yourself, who is perfect? Maybe I went too far in this situation. But I don't think that this was about the girls. I think that this was about them. It's not about caring about the girls. It's about Black masculinity and its response to the girls. One song is, like I said, a thoughtful, caring metamorphosis of I don't give a fuck, and then I empathize. And then this one, I don't give a fuck, went violent, and then maybe I should empathize. I should give a fuck because I'm not perfect either. I don't think it's just about caring about the girls or caring about the trans plight. Actually, I don't think either one of them. They are centering their own experiences, a Black male, straight male's experience of trans existence, which is why I named this, like, when hip hop tells trans stories. What is it? This is a male dominated field, and they're grappling with it. I don't think it's I just don't think it's a I don't think it could just be passed off as just a cash trap. But YG speaks for the trans women. How? By telling a story? But if it's the story that he experienced or that the character experienced, what's wrong with that? That's what storytellers do. Every book, every poem, every story with multiple characters is telling a story through each one of those characters. When Toni Morrison is using Milkman to talk and speak to somebody, when all the men characters in her books, she's using them to tell a story. She's not speaking for Black men. She's speaking for her character. Yes, I think it can reinforce. I think it does reinforce, but also, as a bitch who tricked niggas, it's not untrue. I'm not saying that is common. I think that's the nuance. But if we're being real, we know that that's not. I can critique what I think, but as somebody who's experienced pussy stunting and doing things, under deception intentionally, I've experienced things. I think there's a critique that we can have about the stereotype and how realistic it is, but I don't think it's totally off in certain scenarios. part of what he likes. She's confused her identity. I'm confused by that question. Ask, reframe that so I can understand what you're asking. I think it would prompt him to explore discomfort and homosocial love, respect, and more complicated feelings, which would would have felt new and revelatory. When my song doesn't go anywhere new to me. How when it never has been discussed in hip hop? I'm trying to understand, what do you consider new? I've never heard a song like this in hip hop. Have I heard niggas talking shit on the street in discussions? Sure. But in a song intentionally put out, what song explored that? What song explores violence against trans women? From a black man, from a black rapper. What's not new? I'm trying to understand how it's not new. If it's never been done. You know, there are possible dangers in all things done in dangerous ways. Absolutely. He doesn't take any moral stance against the abuse and murder against trans women. I don't think it was a murder. I think that's my interpretation. It wasn't a murder. It was an attack. The trans person identifier in itself is not established. She is trans woman in the beginning, but is a they. Mm-hmm. But she said she's a trans woman. He called her a they. He doesn't misgender her. He doesn't misgender her in the beginning of the song. He actually does the opposite that Kendrick Lamar does. Kendrick Lamar misgenders her in the beginning and doesn't in the end. He genders her. He calls her girl and calls her a woman and calls her all the things. And then at the end, during the reveal and the violence, that's the misgendering. Is it not? Would that not be true? Have you ever been attacked by a man? The whole back end, the whole half of the back end, when once she reveals she's a trans woman, it misgenders. But wouldn't that be the reality of the situation? Have you ever been attacked by a man and he continued to respect your gender? I haven't. I've been attacked by a man and he didn't respect my gender after. That seems like reality. Is that not reality? Is I'm still not understanding why that couldn't be a real perspective. It kind of reminds me of the jail scene in the show Atlanta. I don't watch Atlanta. Self-serving and selfish. Could that not be true? And I'm pushing back because of my audience. It's not that I don't understand, but I think to do a good service to the art, I think we gotta talk about a scenario that's similar to this. And I say that because I've been in a situation where my illusion was self-serving and selfish. I don't remember that part. I remember, hold on, let me go to the lyrics. 1 second. I remember him saying that. I don't remember her saying it. Okay, I see what you're saying right at the end. Uh, So how I took that is wordplay, just a rapper wordplay. I don't think that that was. Um, but I think like poetry, you're supposed to examine it. What could he mean by doing that? What could he mean by using by her saying it? He says, "I'm they, I'm them." The language is, "I'm they, I'm them, not a girl, not a stud. I just want to be loved. You pointing your gun got me nervous." What could he mean by that? I've been spooked, but I thought they knew. He raged and wanted to hit me, but kept grabbing on my face, saying, "You better be glad you look like this, or I will hit you or harm you." That's an interesting response, but a 100% believable response. This is this is my thing. Why this perspective, why cisgender men's perspective of this type of scenario always fall flat for me, because it always feels to me like they are mixing two type of people, but I don't think they know the type of people that they're mixing because because I'm trans, I know my people. A trans woman moving around alone in this type of scenario, there is a confidence, there is a practice, um there is a strategy that they have. And what the words do for me where it fall flat is that I'm like, this doesn't feel realistic because it doesn't, in my experience, a trans woman who is bold enough to trick on this level where I'm going to the club, dancing with you. She not only passable enough, but bold enough to be moving in this club like this alone, going and jumping in a car with a dude alone, going to his house alone. All of this there's a certain confidence and lack of fear that a girl has to move like this. She has to. Most girls who move like that, there is a plan. They got a gun. They got some mace. They got a way to get out of a situation because they've been in this situation. They're the one who knows what they're doing. You don't. And so before they tell you I'm trans, they already have a plan of how they're going to respond. They already have a plan of an exit route. Honey, we gonna have to go at it. There's a girl like this is moving in a particular way because she does it and she knows what's going on. Do you feel what I'm saying? It's like you just learned that I was trans. I didn't. In the middle of a pussy stunt, you just learned it. I didn't. I knew. And so since I knew, I'm not getting in no car and I ain't got no way to get a nigga off of me. I got a gun. I got a knife. You just me just telling you my tea and I'm just in your crib and there's no strategy, no plan. That's unrealistic to me. Very unrealistic to me. Also, a girl with this type of boldness, she gonna have some time. I'm not saying that she's strong and manly and can beat everybody up. I'm not saying that. But a girl who's willing to play these type of games is also willing to fight. Ain't gonna be no. She's gonna go out. Blaze of glory, where you out? I don't know no girl that pussy's done that don't play like that. I don't know one. And it might be one that I just ain't met yet. But every girl that I know who played the pussy stunt game, honey, they ready. That's just me. I don't know. They ready to me. It ain't no fucking, I'm just telling you, girls I know and how I experience things. Because more than often than not, she's been in that scenario before. Right. Now, if the story you telling is, oh, I had no intention of like tricking you. I've just randomly been in this situation and you just didn't know I was trans. The cisgender girl told my tea, and while I was at the club and you getting that sounds more realistic because I didn't know I was just being myself at this club. I wasn't trying to deceive nobody. I'm just being myself at the club. And also, now I'm not saying that this is impossible because I know it's no absolutes. But as a trans woman who's been living my life since the 90s, playing many types of games and not playing games, being up front, holding back, not telling to you, telling to you, I've lived this life. In my experience, I have never, ever, ever, ever been in a situation where I told my tea to a man alone and he got violent. The only time a man has ever gotten violent with me is when other people are around or involved in the scenario and there's a level of shame and embarrassment. If it's If it's a group, if people know what's going on, if it's people around, if people connected, that is when they get violent. Me telling a dude my tea alone has never, ever, 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 ever resulted in violence. Never. It is, I've talked about this many a times before. It is three things that happen. It is they say no, I'm not interested, that's not my thing. Maybe give you some compliment like, damn, I didn't even know you look good. Your doctor did a good job. And well, they say little shit. Common, very, very common. So no. Yes. Oh, I didn't know, but I'm here. I'm here now. Dick hard, dick ready. Let's go. For real? Let me ask you a million questions. How you get titties? How you look so pretty? The answer is yes, because it's gonna happen. But they getting all the questions out because now they wondering how did you fool me? Oh, now I gotta ask you all these questions. Damn, did the people at the club know? Did was the one you was with? Was that a trans too? And they're gonna be asking a million questions, but the answer is yes. You're getting down to the nitty gritty. Is the answer is yes. So they get down. Is yes. So it's no, is yes. And then the third is not right now. So they say no initially because it's like, oh, this is a shocking situation that I've never been in. A week later, a month later, 6 months later, a year later, they see you at the club again. They see you at the on the apps. They see you at the McDonald's. They see you somewhere, and from the moment that they saw you to now, they have thought about it, and now they got a chance again. So it's a yes. That is the only three responses I have ever gotten in my whole life with men that I told my tea alone. No, I'm out. Yes. What that mouth do, what that ass do. Let's see, let's get down. I've been thinking about doing this, so I might do other stuff too. Whoa. Damn, let's go. And not now, maybe later. I'm scared at first, but now I'm not. I was blind, now I see. These days, these niggas know the damn tea. I don't agree with that. You can't possibly tell me with all the technology and advancements that these doctors and science has advanced, the advancements in surgery, the accessibility to hormones, that trans women and cisgender women, the look has become even more blurred. There are many trans women that they navigate the world and people don't know their tea. If you think that everybody is just clocky and everybody can be clocked and that everybody that engage with this person, everybody knows their teeth automatically, I think that's unrealistic. There are some trans women that get through. And there's levels. There's some that don't get through, but they might get through 5% of the time. There's some that rarely get clocked, but 5% of the time they get clocked. 90%, 95% of the time they get through. And don't nobody know their teeth. But that's what I said earlier. I'm not saying that it is a common thing, but it happens. I'm not saying that it is a common thing. I think that many girls are scary because of the narrative, oh, they'll kill you. Many girls are scary. But how can I say this without being problematic? Listen, I'm an old head. I'm 45. I am older. I have matured a lot. But when I was younger, I did not have the emotional maturity to make all the right decisions. I didn't have the moral politic to make all to how I think about informed consent now is not how I think about how I thought about informed consent years ago. I didn't give a fuck about what these niggas thought. It was me and my feelings. And so when I learned how to fuck, there was an addiction. There was a imagine being a trans woman and you can not, and it's not a no. And now I can see it as a predatory thing. But imagine going through the world not knowing that that is possible. And so it's like, oh, I got to tell my tea. I got to tell my tea. But then somebody unlocks something in you where girl, you've gotten to the level where you can pass to where you can get it through. You ain't got to say nothing. Somebody unlock your brain to be in that this is possible. Like any nigga I meet that's fine as fuck that I want. Remember, I'm young. I'm thirsty for niggas. I'm out here chasing fine niggas to get it on my record for my ego. I'm young and not in thinking of it in a way that is actually unhealthy and rooted in low self-esteem and needing something to prove and boom. And the victim is this fine ass nigga who I'm not gonna tell that he's about to have this experience so I can selfishly and self-servingly have him because I want him. I'm not saying that everybody else do that. I don't feel that everybody else do that because I don't feel like everybody has the skill, the personality, the demeanor to do it. That's number one. And also, I don't think everybody has a demeanor to do it, but I also don't feel like everybody has the look to do it. I also don't feel like everybody has the fearlessness to do it. So I've been in situations where I meet a guy. There's a story on my channel called "Meeting the Man of My Dreams," where he was everything, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I gotta tell my fucking tea." No, I'm not about to ruin this night by telling my tea. I'm about to gobble that dick and send him on his way and tell him later. Now, that's when I was younger. I'm young. Late 20s, early 30s. You know? But if we talk about informed consent and we talk about what consent looks like, now I'm not equating this to me holding him down and raping him because he wanted to do what he wanted to do to me. But would he want to do those things to me if he was informed of all the things? That's when the deception comes. That's when the self-serving comes. That's when the selfishness comes because you're only thinking about you in the situation and not him. Now, when I was younger, there was a strong misandrist up in me that said, fuck these niggas. There was a part of me that felt like I was there was a self-righteousness in me where y'all niggas trick women. Y'all niggas do all kinds of stuff to women. Y'all niggas will set a woman up where she tell you she don't want to be left alone with you because she don't feel safe. And you tell her, oh, no, come over. It's going to be me. You can bring your homegirls and da-da-da-da-da. But you don't already planned it that your homeboys is going to leave with the homegirl, so you by yourself with her. Setting her up to be alone with you when she said she didn't want to be alone with you. Just so you can press her into fucking, a.k.a. coerce her into raping her. Or sexual assault, however you want to call it. Y'all niggas do all kinds of weirdo shit like that. I remember, and this when I was younger. So, honey, God, and then I'm also the woman in the situation. I'm a bottom. I'm sucking your dick. Nigga, you ain't being harmed. I'm just sucking your dick. Fuck you. You see what I'm saying? You see how I can justify doing something to him. I can justify it because I feel like, oh, you niggas ain't shit. Fuck you niggas. I'm telling you, I'm being self-reflective of my own faults and my own wrongdoing. I remember being that person. Oh, you'll be okay. I'm just giving you some head. Oh, you'll be okay. You just put this condom on. Boop, 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 boop. I don't need to tell you nothing. Nothing. Why do I need to tell you anything? I'm a girl. I'm a woman. You plunging me. I ain't even getting no nut out of this. For real, for real. Ain't nobody doing nothing wrong to you. That's understandable. I'm not able to understand that when it's being told by a cis man. Because he's not going to have that perspective because he's a cis man. He's going to be able to tell you from his perspective. And his perspective is, when you violate me, I be violent. That is what is taught to cis men about reacting to homosexuals, homophobia, sexual violations. It's similar to when we think about like Cardi B when she was drugging niggas and robbing them. Oh, nigga, I ain't raping you. It's the name of the game. I'm drugging your ass and taking your money. You ain't getting raped. That don't mean it's not wrong. Does it make sense? That doesn't mean it's not wrong. The extent of the violation doesn't mean it's not wrong. Did any one of them catch you before you told them because you only wanted to do certain things? It's not about only wanting to do certain things. It's that if you're a cis woman, you can only do certain things. If the illusion is that you're a cis woman, I mean, you're not about to pull your dick out. You're gonna get fucked and you're gonna give some head. And as a trans woman, you know you ain't gonna let them eat your coochie because you ain't got no coochie. Have I ever been caught in the act? In my whole life, twice. I've been caught twice. Yes, my period on. Forever. I'm in menopause early. Was it scary? The one with the client was not. The one that was a free pussy stunt, and I was at his house. Yeah, it was kind of scary. But I also was prepared. You get what I'm saying? I was prepared, but it was kind of scary. Child, we would be in some nooks and hoping to not be being cranny, right? A lot of dudes assume I was like a tomboy back in the 90s. Another story, I remember dating a guy named Max. We finally had sex, and I remember him saying, "Was I in your cat? And are you on birth control? Because the condom popped all the time. I thought you thought he knew." I don't know. I always can tell when a nigga know my tea. I always know when a dude know my tea. I've never been in a situation where, um, not when we get to the sex part, because it's just something about you being a novelty person. And if I assume you know my tea, honey, I'm gonna be trying to. I'm a verse girl. I'm a verse girl. I'm gonna be trying to get up in some throat and cakes, sweetie. And so if I you it ain't no I'm just going with the flow. Um I'm trying to think of, yeah. Yeah, ain't no going with the flow around my tea. I always know. Like it's always I always know when they know. Um yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of like I don't know. It's just like in public. I just always know when people know my. You can tell they have no choice but to respond to you, even if it's positive. Their response to you is gonna be like a trans person. Like it's impossible. It's just impossible. It is very rare. I don't want to say impossible, but it's very rare that when a person comes across a trans person that they treat them like a cis woman. It's just rarely once they know T. And I'm not talking about they treat them bad, but it's something that cuts on when they know your T, and it doesn't need to be extreme. It's not like they, oh yes, Miss Theme, even though we have that experience too, where yes, you look fierce, honey. Yes, they turn that faggot on. They turn that on. But there's another thing too. There's a there's a amazement too. There some people they don't cut on the faggy fierce. Sometimes they cut on, oh, nobody knows this is a trans person but me. Hey, how are you? Oh, right over here. Like it's an amazement. It's oh, I'm meeting one in the wild. I only see these on TV. I'm meeting one in the wild, and oh my God, you're so pretty. Oh wow, nobody knows but me. And so I gotta let you. There's a bubble in me that I gotta let you know that I know the secret, and I ain't gonna tell nobody. There's a bubble in me that I gotta give you a wink. I'm not. And they're proud of not being an ignorant idiot, ignoramus that's acting in the way that they assume people would act if they know. They assume that, oh, tranny, oh, yuck, 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 she in a dress. No, they're not ignoramus. So I'm not an ignorant motherfucker. I'm somebody that is above that. And I know, and I see it. And wow, I need you to know your secret's safe with me. Your secret's safe with me. And because we are trans and we deal with it all the time, we can tell. We know. We can. It's kind of like, you know how like you walking past somebody or you walking towards somebody and one person's back is to you and one person is facing you. And then that person, you see that person say something and that other person that you can see does like this. So you know that that this person, even though you didn't see their mouth, you know that they told them to look at you. You can tell when a motherfucker is talking about you. You can tell when you come in the room, the energy shift. All that, as a trans person, we are like sponges. We know it. Good and bad. We know when the set is getting hot. In this song with YG, when Fish is like, don't do it. Fish is trying to tip him off in the beginning in the club. Don't do it. She trying to tell me something. Our antennas is going off. That's why she was going off on Fish, right? In the song, our antenna is going off. I know when I come back to the table and some tea done been spilled because the niggas is acting different. I'm a high yellow, thick, red bone bitch. When I come in the room, motherfuckers respond to it, niggas. And the response shifts when they know my tea. I feel it. I can tell. This nigga was just smiling and looking at my titties and my ass like a piece of meat. Now he like shifty-eyed and like, oh, let me sneak and look at you because now I got to worry about if everybody see me looking at you. And we pay attention to it across the room. We can feel it. We can see it. It's not hard. People think they being slick. People think they people think they being slick and hiding it. Bitch, you ain't being slick and hiding. We know how to do it. We know what it gives. You ain't being slick. And I know who told you, because now that bitch is shifty-eyed. That's just what it is. It's so many scenarios. And Bonnie not the only one. I've been in many situations. Many situations where somebody is telling my tea. Where somebody is it is normal. Like it is people think that there's some people who is like, oh, I'm not gonna tell you tea because I'm just like in awe that you're getting through. And then there's some that I want to tell T just because I'm telling T because I can make you a laughing stock. I can get some kind of oh, look at this. Come look at this. I can get some cool points from my homeboys or my home girl or oh you a girl or you a cis girl and you like, oh, you think you fooling people, you ain't fooling me. They think it's a badge of honor that they could tell. Oh, I can always tell. Oh, I know. I could tell by your elbows. I could tell by how your earlobes is attached. I can tell by how the wig sits on your head. I can tell by it's always some I can tell by something. Okay. Pretty common. It just depends on how people, and that is a nuance about what's happening now with this cultural moment, with this song, not just with the song, but with trans being a national level discourse. I've talked about this. Like there was a time when people didn't have any preconceived notions because nobody talked about it. Now everybody, even in the song, YG asked the audience, what would you do in Chris' situation? Remember he said, what would you do in Chris' situation? So somebody listening to that song, some nigga, he has to think about what he would do. Instead of having a clean slate when he meets a trans woman. So for example, I remember back in my day, 45, you would literally meet dudes who never had met a trans person before, who didn't think about it, didn't think about, oh, what would happen if I meet a trans person? There's no political conditioning happening. I've never thought about a trans person, didn't know I was going to meet one today. So my response to you is organic. It's not based on what Donald Trump said. It's not based on what YG said in his song. It's not based on what Kendrick Lamar said. It's not based on what I heard about at the barbershop. It's not based on what my church people said. It's not based on none of that. There's no, I'm coming in this situation with a clean slate. And to me, when people come into a situation with a clean slate, that means, for me, in my lived experience, it can turn into something beautiful, a learning moment. Even if it don't turn into us being sexual, being friends, it can actually turn into a learning moment where I actually can sit down and explain to you from my perspective as a trans person this experience. But nowadays, when we meet dudes, we are contending with what they all have said they would possibly do if they met a trans woman. Oh, I would beat that motherfucker ass. And oh, if it were me, it's like a hype. It's like this is how I'm supposed to respond. This is what my homeboy said he would do. This is what all the niggas at the barbershop said they would do. So this is what I'm supposed to do in this scenario. I see that commonly. Does this reinforce that? Yes, I do. When you say this, you talk about the song? Are you talking about the song? I think to some, yes. I think it's going to be a scenario depending on who is listening. That's how art is. Do I think that that's his intention? No. I think based on how it ended, that's not his intention. I don't think his intention based on how it ended. I think the words at the end, I think the intention was for you to see the humanity of the person. Yes, we know she got attacked. Yes, people are violent. We're seeing violence happen to trans people. We know that can happen. Some of them will take it and say, "Oh, yeah, that's what I would. I beat that motherfucker ass. I shot that motherfucker." Da, 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 da. And I think some will say, "Damn, how would I be? What would I be in this situation? That's a difficult situation." His intention is to sit on the fence. I don't respect that he could always kept this. Yeah, I'm not somebody who think that. I actually invite the art. I think more people should talk about trans people. I'm actually disappointed in. I think it's only been what woman, rapper woman. Let's keep it in the rap. Well, I've heard JT mention us pretty like a transgender, but what woman rapper has done a whole song about a trans woman. Not saying that it's their responsibility, but since we love to call it a cash grab, all the girls ain't grabbing the cash, especially the ones that claim to be our allies. Where's the beautiful songs dedicated to trans women? Where's another story? Where's I think Cupcake did the whole song. I want to hear that song. I ain't heard that song. Why haven't we talked about that? I want to hear that. I haven't heard. I heard of Cupcake, but I haven't heard that song. Cupcake made a verse. Okay. There are some trans rappers worth checking out. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like I don't know. I like when people Laverne said Beyonce had invited her to be in a music video, but she couldn't because of scheduling. Girl. Oh, baby, ain't no way that Beyonce is gonna invite me to a video shoot. I said this about what's her name? Big Frida. I said, baby, whoever you had a contract with, if they didn't understand, of all people, for them to understand, if you don't understand that I gotta do this Beyonce video, I don't want to work with you anyway. If you would allow me to miss this opportunity, I don't want to work with you anyway. Fuck you. Saying yes to a mega cop and no to Beyonce is crazy, insane. It makes it kind of unbelievable, but I don't know. There would be nothing that would keep me from Beyonce anything at any moment. Yeah. Yeah, I totally disagree, New York. I don't think anything Beyonce does is just for representation's sake. I think Beyonce is very thoughtful. And I think because people are in this hate billionaires, hate capitalists, I think that people are say stuff like that and I'd be like, "What?" I think everything Beyonce does is intentional. I don't think she's above it. I like it to be realistic. I don't think Beyonce does things for representation's sake. There's no She just doesn't have to. There's so many other things that she could do. There's so many other things that she doesn't have to do that she could do. I think we can. I think she's intentional with her visuals and who she work with. I think she's intentional about anything she puts out. I think she's intentional about everything that has to do with her career. I don't think it's accidental. It isn't just, oh, I just want to do it because I want to do it. No. People forget Beyonce is a singer. Y'all think she's a politician supposed to save the world. I think you sitting at the table with the Trumpers at a party. Well, I'm also somebody that don't think that just because we're rich and we're at a rich ass party together that I'm rubbing elbows with you. I think that you know it reminds us. I think images with these people reminds us that you are not one of us. But I also feel like people are dumb for thinking Beyonce is one of us. Beyonce was born into a middle class family. She didn't come from the hood and ghetto. So I thinking that Beyonce is gonna have the same politics and sensibilities as my broke ass. I just think that that's unrealistic. Um, yeah, I just tuned in, so I'm not sure where we were at in the conversation, but the title reminds me of that one J. Cole track where he talks about his gay friend and he ostracized him, and the only thing he had to say about the homeboy was that he was gay and died of AIDS. I remember that song. I think that yeah. I think if I think I don't know who said it earlier. Somebody said that they don't think that that's I think that that J. Cole song ain't new. J. Cole talking about his gay friend who have AIDS. To me, I don't think that that's new. We've had conversations about people having AIDS in songs, gay people dying of AIDS in songs in the 90s and early 2000s. Don't go chasing waterfalls. We've had songs like that. I don't think we've had songs about trans people. I think this is a new thing happening in our culture. Dick in the booty types. Mm. Even with her socioeconomic status, going from Black Panther visuals to grinning with Trump will understandably get you criticism. Um, yeah, it's not going to get you criticism. I think connecting those two, I don't. There's not a contradiction there to me, because one is a visual that I'm curating for a event and moment, blah 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 blah. That's about the art and my view of the world, da 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 da. And one is me at a fucking rich people party, and you seeing pictures of me at a rich. I didn't curate this. I'm just at this fucking party, and so you can make the. I don't find that to be contradicting. Those actions to be contradicting at all. I would expect it's kind of like when people try to put Oprah with Harvey Weinstein. These are celebrity people. They're going to be at the events. They're going to be at the events together. There's going to be celebrity people who are Republican at the Grammys. They're going to be celebrity people who are radical progressive at the Grammys. You're going to see them together somewhere at a party, at a fundraiser. You're going to see that. That's I'm expecting to see that. Now, if you put out a video and Trump is in the video sitting up, that is when it starts to be that's when it's contradicting to me. That's when it's like, oh, why would you put him in this video? Because that's intentional. I don't find that to be. I don't find just you seeing them at a party together intentional. That's not her putting it out. She says she's a black Bill Gates in the making and is married to a dope boy. We know they're capitalists. Yeah. It's hard to understand that as a teen. Um, and also, I think a lot of people are capitalists. I think people are anti-capitalist because they broke. I feel like soon as they get a little taste of money, you start seeing what they do with the money. You start seeing they buying BMWs, they buying them a bigger house, they buying designer things, they're becoming landlords, they're buying property to rent out for people so they can flip their money. People are capitalists. People, a lot of the motherfuckers who be acting like they are anti-capitalists, when they get a coin, it shows. It's easy when you broke and poor to see because you're being affected by capitalism hard and juicy. The pressures of capitalism got you like, oh, it's pressuring me. It's easy to say, oh, you rich motherfuckers. But as soon as you motherfuckers get a tax check, as soon as you motherfuckers get a hint of any kind of big coin, you doing something that indicates status. I think I think I would be a thorn, but I also think that I would be living a life of luxury too. It's gonna come up. I think I'm a giving person, so I'm definitely a person who would be giving my money to people who I think I want to give it to, that I think deserve it. And Um, but I definitely a bitch who is gonna be fly. I'm definitely a bitch who is gonna be investing my money in, if I ever got rich, I would never um I would try my best in whatever strategy to stay rich. I'm definitely not a bitch who's giving all my money away just because, oh, I don't want to be a millionaire. No, I want to change the lives of people around me. And sometimes that is going to be capitalistic. Sometimes it's going to be socialist. Sometimes it's going to be, sometimes I feel like my morals and my politics is going to have me doing more things than your average millionaire, billionaire, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think I'm going to be exempt. Um, yeah, I definitely don't think I'm going to be exempt and against every capitalistic um but that's also why I pray. This is another thing. When I pray about financial stuff, I don't pray to be like millionaire and da 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 da. I pray to be stable. I pray to have my needs taken care of. Whatever that means. If that means I'm getting um five figures, or if it means I'm getting six figures, if it means I'm getting whatever my needs are, I want my needs to be taken care of. So when I pray, that's what I ask for. I pray for my needs to be taken care of. I don't, when I put something on my altar, I'm asking ancestors to put me in a situation where I am not worried about money. I want to be in a situation where I'm not worried about money. I never asked to be rich. I never asked to be wealthy. I never asked for that. I always asked for to be stable. I want to be stable and not worrying about money. Because I also feel like having a certain level of status and money can make you can isolate you. It can bring you problems. It can bring you stress that I don't want to have. So, yeah. Yeah, but I definitely like nice things. I definitely would love I definitely would love a house, a four-bedroom house. If I had the choice, I would love a four-bedroom house. Because I would love one of those bedrooms to be a closet. A closet size. A full ass fucking closet. Yeah, I would love that. Um, yeah. But yeah, I see a lot of I kind of don't know how one can live well and not be on the road to a millionaire, especially if these economic trends continue the next few decades. I don't like too many eyes on my purse. I also don't like I don't like, even as a like dealing with nonprofit and dealing with in circles of social justice. Sometimes people, I don't like how girls only come to you because they think you got some resources. They don't talk to you about anything else except for what you can get for them. What you can, ooh, can you teach me how to write a grant? Ooh, do you know anybody with some resources for da 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 da? Uh, they don't talk to you about anything else. It kind of isolates you. When you got a coin or somebody thinks you have a coin, it puts you in a situation where you're kind of isolated. I have a relative who grosses 90. So I mean, with his business, and I agree, he feels like he's barely stable, but he has a large family. Mm, baby, I don't think I don't know. I've never had $1 million, so I don't know. But I just don't. Yeah. Once I like, if I had a house, yeah, my money would be spent on me traveling. That's my that's my thing. Anyway, we gotta get back to the subject. Um, let me make sure we had to talk about. I said trans people are rarely seen as central character in mainstream hip hop narratives. That's why I think it's new. Um, for decades, trans people have appeared in rap music as punchlines, secrets, plot twists. Remember that video where that girl was standing up peeing in one of the videos? I can't remember the video, but it was a whole thing, and the boys was reacting. I remember that video from when I was younger. Um, or symbols of deception. Um, I said in my notes that these two rappers are entering territory that many rappers historically avoid outside of the joke and outside of that. Like they are having conversations about these situations. I think both of these, um, Biggie again. I think that that alone has cultural significance. I think, um, I think I think it was a storyline. It was I meet at the club. We are connecting. We having this moment. Um, you tell me your tea, you turn violent, and then at the end, it's talking about is sharing how she feels, and it ends on I'm not perfect. Um, you already asked that. Trying to make sure I get everything out. When you make money, when you make most money out of the friend groups, it creates a problem. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. How so? Explain why you think it makes problems. Um oh, I did ask this. Um whose fear matters in the story of the song? The song centers a man discovering a woman is trans and responds with rage and violence, of course. And we talk about the trans panic myth that this kind of perpetuates. Oh, I'm panicking and I'm just violent and da 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 da. The idea that the deception of a trans woman provokes violence. I wanna say that I don't think that I don't think hmm, that might be bias of me. But I'm trying to think of I don't think that even if a person is pussy stunting, that it deserves death. I don't think that that violation is so worth the harm. I barely think it deserves violence. But if I say absolutely no to that, I feel like I will put myself in a situation to be hypocritical. He works to present the trans woman as a reckless deceiver, and it encourages the listener to not care so much about her feelings. Mm. Did it encourage you? Because that's not. It didn't encourage me to think like that. I felt like the last her conversation in the end was intended to show her humanity. I think the setup of the story. I think the setup of the story was you needed that for that to see the humanity at the part at the end of to hear the humanity at the end. I think that was intentional. And I do think she was a reckless deceiver in that story. You don't think she was a reckless deceiver? You don't think that that's what it was? I think going to a nigga house that don't know your tea is reckless. Who does that? Who like I don't. I'm not saying that it. I've said I've done it. I've done it. I just told y'all the one time that I got caught twice. One was at my own house and it was a trick. That I wasn't fearful as that because you in my house, baby. I got guns and everything in my house. But the second time was I went to his house because he was a fine ass football player that played for Notre Dame on break. And he was one of the most gorgeous men that I have ever seen in my life. And I needed it on my roster. I am 25 years old, hot and sickening, and he's living for me, and I'm living for him. Go ahead and get into these jams. I don't believe his story, but the way he presented it, she was most definitely reckless. So I don't believe the story because I just my lived experience. But but when you're telling a fictional story, you're telling a fictional story. Now we got to examine why. why why do you need to tell this story that this what part of the story do I think is untrue and why do you need to tell this? Yes, I don't think on you need to tell this extreme story for what? What do you what's the point? And I think that that is what we are examining. I think that's what we are examining. And that's why I asked whose fear is important in the story. I think her fear is important in the story for you to empathize with her scenario, even throughout deception. I think his fear of reputation, because what are you actually angry about? I think if we examine the scenario, what are you because at what point what is happening to you that is so harmful that you need to be that violent or you that you're navigating whether or not to do prison time by killing somebody. So why, because I think that that's rooted in fear. What are you scared of that's going to happen? Because even if you don't want to do this, cool. I know this is another thing that I want to talk about too. I keep hearing people talk about deception in a way that is Because even in this story, if a bitch tell you her tea before y'all hook up, she didn't deceive you. She told you. Now you might have thought that she should have told you at the club. But she told you. But well, she did jack the dick off. She did, that was in the story that she played with his Woody. But there's scenarios where I hear people talk about, oh, she tricked me. I'm like, how she tricked you if she told you the tea before y'all hooked up? Well, if you go into somebody's house and you jacking them off before you tell them that to you being reckless. You playing dangerous games. You putting yourself in the scenario. That don't mean you deserve it, but I think there's some accountability that needs to be had about you being in the scenario. It doesn't mean that he's right for attacking you, but you put yourself in the situation. The N word over and over in response to generational racism in the white community. Hold on, I feel like Kendrick's use of the F word is in response to generational homophobia within the black community is hypocritical. Would it be impactful if it was a white rapper who used? Hmm. I think if Eminem talked about it, I think some people would accept it. There's some people that's going to be offended, and it's okay for them to be offended. But if a rapper that was respected, a white rapper that was respected, talked about it in a good context, in a context of storytelling and saying it, I think some people would respect it. Because see, this is the reason I ain't say shit. Hmm. Yeah, like I said earlier, I think something using language in an artful setting with music, poetry, rap, I think that's very different from a person saying it in normal conversation. How I look at it is totally different. When you present it to me in an artful way, I am critiquing the art. And I'm not about to police what color a painter uses in his art. I'm not about to critique. If you want to use this color word in your art, who am I to tell you not to use it? Now, that doesn't mean that I think other people can't be offended. Yes, I recently um in when what's her name? Jules. Jules get hired at the job on Euphoria to do that ad, and she paints this painting, and all the little people in the painting got dicks. They're trans women, tits and dicks. And the lady was like, I don't think this is what I was looking for. I think that was Jules' art, and how she wanted to do it is how she wanted to do it. But that lady can also be like, "Ooh, I don't know if this is right for me." For me as a person perceiving this piece of art, ooh, I'm either offended or whatever. I think that it's okay for you as a person to be like, I don't think that you should use it. Oh no, I think Euphoria is one of the best series in the past 10 years. It's in my top 5 for sure. House of Dragon, House of Dragon, Handmaid's Tale, and Euphoria. Top 3. um, I think House of Dragon is great. I don't think House of Dragon is good. I think House of Dragon is great. mm, yeah, I don't see it. I don't. I wouldn't trip it either one. So I don't think it's a double standard for me. But mm, yeah, this was a good first episode. Let me think. Let me make sure I hit on everything that I wanted to hit on. And say who is presented as the victim in the story. I think both of them. I think she's presented as the victim of violence, and he is presented as the victim of being deceived. Um, I think I already asked what purpose does that serve to his audience. I think when we think about the trans panic, and I think people always historically focus on the shock of the man. Oh, I can't believe that you're transgender. You're a trans woman. Oh, the embarrassment of the man, the reputation of the man. And I think that the reputation of the man, the shock and the embarrassment takes a back seat to the danger of the trans woman, the physical danger of the trans woman. I think that the response is an over exaggeration, not in the scenario, but I don't think it's a balanced response for you to be violent to a trans woman because you didn't know she was trans, whether she knew or not. I think your job is to say you should have the emotional maturity to say, all right, this ain't my thing. All right, you told me you're a trans woman. All right, I'm out of here. Get you an Uber. I ain't driving you nowhere. Get you an Uber. Get out of my house. You should have the emotional maturity to say, nah, I ain't with this shit. Get the fuck out of my house. You should have told me. Bye. I don't think I don't think violence is a balanced response to that, to me. Um, I think what people are asking is, does depicting violence without challenging it reinforces it? I feel like the end is challenging it by questioning, by her saying, "I'm not perfect." It should. I don't think it does it for everybody, but it should make you think about, are you perfect, motherfucker? Because the common sense is everybody for this to say we're not perfect. Nobody is perfect, especially a hood nigga out here in the streets doing their thing, street culture. Yeah, a lot of you motherfuckers do morally bereft shit. I feel like selling drugs in your own community is morally bereft. But y'all ain't got no problem with that. But all of a sudden, the trans woman who tricked you into sucking your dick need to die. But yo ass who's selling the drugs to the Dauphine mama who spending her snap money to smoke crack to get crack from you, and you know she gonna be homeless, and you know she got kids at home, and you not turning her away because you want your cut, and somebody, if I don't do it, somebody else gonna do it. You think that that's cool? Do you think you need to die? If her kids grew up and said, "Oh, you sold drugs to my mama," boop 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 boop, would that be justified or nah? You made our life live in hell selling drugs to my mama, enabling her addiction. Boop 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 boop. What if one of the kids grew up and did that to you? Would that be balanced or even? Will we look at that and say, "Oh, that's fair. You did destroy their life"? In the same way that you saying trans women tricking you to give you some head or fuck you or jack you off is violent worthy. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I don't think that those are balanced things. I think we would, in that scenario, we would say that they need to have a emotional maturity too. I think where we decide to be moral and when we decide to look the other way, I think saying I'm not perfect should doesn't mean that that they do, should make you think like, yeah, cursing her out. Yeah, but abuse and harm, I don't think that that's balance. Make sure you thumbs up if you're watching. What else? What else? What else? What is it? What else do I have in my notes? Um. Uh, okay, so as I said earlier, I would argue that neither of the song is truly about trans people. Trans people are a prop within the story. Within the story, to me, a deeper conversation of what the songs, both of them, are about is how Black men are socialized. What makes a man, what threatens his masculinity, um, how are they conditioned to respond to uh, their range of emotional intelligence, their range of how they are supposed to respond to almost anything. They have, it's either violence or stoicism. Being stoic or violent. They don't really they aren't really allowed to have range of emotions without being called gay. And so anything that feels uncomfortable is rage. It's 0 to 10. Um how are we raising men? How do men respond to their identity being challenged? If we're comparing the two songs, I feel like Kendrick's songs, the masculinity expands, and with YG's song, the masculinity feel threatened and becomes violent. I think that's the biggest difference in the two songs. Um, and how does this, if an artist is telling a story from a man's perspective, uh, and the person is violent, does that artist have a responsibility to clearly condemn the violence? Mm, yeah, I think that's unrealistic. Derelict queer. I think that's irresponsibly unrealistic. Actually, if we are dying at the hands of black men's masculinity and the violence when it's so fragile, we got to care about it, babe. We got to care about it. Saying you don't care about it is silly. You actually do. If you are truly, it's like a white woman saying, "Oh, I don't see color." If you care, you have to care about it. And just like I would tell them, you have to see color. Because if you don't, it's because you're ignoring it and not seeing who it is mostly affecting. And it's because you're privileged. If you're not caring about what's going on with black men's masculinity and the harm that its fragility causes the people around them, if you're not caring about it enough to discuss it and discuss why they would be spreading trans panic and why it's important for our artists to spark this conversation, saying you don't care about it is weird unless you're privileged unless you're in a position that you are privileged and you don't have to care. You have the privilege to not have to care about it. I don't think discussing it is appealing to the sensibilities of black men. But you're not tired. You're going back and forth with me about it. You're not tired. You care about it. You can't say you don't care about it. And you're sitting here in a discussion about black men's violence against trans women. You care. You wouldn't be here if you didn't care. You wouldn't have this passion about being tired of caring. But you don't have to. You are voluntarily in a live discussing this topic that I don't know if you follow me, but you subscribe to me. I posted that I was going to talk about it on Friday. And here you are coming voluntarily, joining the conversation that you knew what the theme was. Saying that you don't care about it is like, what? You care about it. You would say, even saying, I'm passionately tired about talking about this. I'm tired of black men being at the center and their sensibilities and their violence and their mass fragile masculinity. I'm tired because you care. You're tired because you care. You care. This is a place where I can talk about it with other sensible people in a meaningful way because you care. I wouldn't have this conversation with anybody else. You care. You want it to be meaningful. You don't want to have it with stupid people. You want to have it with people who are going to examine it and give the examination and analysis care and give the care about it enough to give it analysis, to talk about the nuances, to talk about the difficult things and not agree with you and talk about and hold a mirror to hypocrisy about it. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, there has to be some care there somewhere. But you don't have. But and that's the thing about it. You don't have to talk about it. You don't have to join the conversation. But you're here for a reason because you care about the subject matter. I'm not sitting in the live talking about a black male rapper's song about if I didn't care about trans women, if I didn't care about how black men talked about trans women, if I didn't care about content that is being art or content that is being created about trans women, I care about it because I care. Uh, am I tired of battling with ignorant black cisgender men? Yes. Do you think that that's what we were doing in this conversation, centering them as victims? And if you do, what victims of what? Do you think a trans woman recklessly deceiving someone, putting herself in a situation, is there no accountability in that situation where she's not wrong at all in the situation? There's no place where she's accountable. When we think about informed consent, when we think about having being sexually touched and making a decision with all the information at hand, you don't think that that is inappropriate? I thought she was upfront about it. She jacked his dick off. You think that if somebody you didn't know all the tea about a person and they play with your touch your body, that that's and they're intentionally leaving something out, you don't think that there's some accountability there? Oh, I didn't know that they had sex. I thought he said she rubbed his woody. I didn't hear this actual have sex part, but she was touching his genitals. No, the language he said she started rubbing she was surprised, she blushed, and she started rubbing his woody, which to me says that she played with his genitals. And he started trying to be, now it's getting heat and hot, dick hard, and he started trying to take her clothes off. And then she says, "Wait, I got something to tell you. I'm a trans woman." That's the story that's how I registered the story. So she did touch his body parts. Well, she outright said that she was trans after. And then we give the women, we don't want to center the men as the victims, but if a woman was drunk and he says drinking, getting high, I'm drunk, I'm drinking 10 times, I counted them 10 times in the first stanza, the first verse, the first two sections. He says, I'm drinking and getting high. If a girl was drinking and getting high and was being deceived or coerced by a man while she was drinking and getting high, will we see her as a victim? Huh? If she was being deceived in the situation, will we see her as a victim? If how would that work out? What if that was a woman and not a man? First of all, I don't think she would have got violent because I just don't think women get violent like that in these scenarios. But I perceive them both being under influence. Does that change it? Does that change it? Because when we was talking about Shandy on Next Top Model, they calling it assault and calling it assault, but they both was drinking. But somehow Shandy is the one that is sexually assaulted, even though it looked like they both was drinking and both was feeling it and was having consensual sex on both sides, both drinking. But all of a sudden, years later, it is Shandy was assaulted. Shandy has her essay on camera. What? They both was drinking. So I don't know. I think that there is some bias there. I think that there is some side-eye worthy bias there. Because why we didn't say that Shandy was sexually assaulting him? Because we all saw it on camera. It was consensual. Were they both under the influence? Yes. She invited him in the shower because she didn't know that she knew they didn't have cameras in there. But now, years later, it's her essay was on camera. They both were drinking though, right? Right? But also, they both were under the influence, but one of them didn't have all the information to make the decision, to make an informed decision about what they wanted to do. Um, when would it be appropriate for her to tell in the scenario? When would it be appropriate for her to tell in the scenario? I think the appropriate time for you to tell your tea is when you feel safe. I think the appropriate time for you to tell your tea in a moral way is before y'all have sex. Before y'all do anything intimate. The person that you are being intimate with should be informed about what they're doing. If you want to be morally clean, to me, everybody in the situation should know what's going on, what they're choosing to get into. Everybody should have all the information that they can make the decision whether they want to do it or not do it. Mm, 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 mm. I guess I'm seeing it as not having gone too far yet. From whose perspective? Clearly not his. If I'm a person who does not want to be in a sexual situation or intimate, not even a sexual, an intimate situation with somebody without knowing what's going on with a trans person, I get to make that decision. And so tell me, let me make the informed decision to be able to get down if I want to get down. If you don't, then you are making the decision for me. You know that you're deceiving me. Because if I would have known, I wouldn't have played. That's when you have crossed I think you crossed the immoral line. Now, does that line deserve violence? No. Does that line deserve death? No. No, it doesn't. I think I think going with him was reckless. I don't think hanging out and being yourself with somebody you vibing with is wrong. I don't think no lines was crossed for her to go and hang out and go to his house and blah 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 blah. We know we can make assumptions, but we know the assumption is that he a man, so he probably gonna want to do some stuff. But I think what crosses the line of right and wrong to me is if you don't inform them. I don't think going to his house is wrong. It's like in my brain, like I don't think going on a date with you before I tell you my tea is wrong. I feel like the intimacy for me is the wrong thing because I'm not letting you make that choice. But I'm not harming you by going on a date and figuring you out and seeing if I like you. Because I might go on a date with you and I don't like you, and you don't need to know my tea. Bye, I'm out. Because I went on date one, we cool. Went on date two, I don't like you, so I'm not gonna sleep with you. And so, being that I'm not gonna be intimate with you, I don't need to. I don't need to tell you my tea at all. I'm out. But I definitely think if we're crossing the line of intimacy, but that's my perspective, and I might be biased because I'm a trans woman. I am. But I think there's some people who believe that the date is too intimate and I wouldn't want to go on a date with you if I knew you were trans. I wouldn't I shouldn't be we shouldn't be in this situation. You're not giving me a choice even in this situation. So their line may be different than my line. I don't even think kissing is wrong. I think kissing is an intimacy line for me. Um, I think kissing is definitely an intimacy line to me. Um, but I don't think going it's when we get to doing the physical stuff, that's for me, that's when it's crossing the line for me. Where I'm like, maybe you wouldn't be doing this. The physical stuff. I haven't violated your space. And so for me, that's when I was younger, not now, not as an adult. Now I ain't girl. I ain't got no time for it at this age. Fuck out of here. Plus, I'm way more sexually free, so I need my things. But when I was younger, it was a balance of I want to be treated like I'm normal. And if I tell you this, you're gonna stop treating me like I'm normal. You're gonna start fetishizing me, you're gonna reject me in a way that's gonna sting a little bit to my self-esteem. You're going to I'm gonna be like, damn, I'm gonna go home and be like, damn, I done told this motherfucker my tea, and I didn't even get to see the dick. Or damn, he was so fucking fine. Or I done spent time with you and now I like your motherfucking ass. And then when I tell you my tea, it's a no. I'm like, ah. Or I done spent time with you and now everything was all good. And then when I tell you my tea, now you're pigeonholing me into a novelty. Now it's just when before it was, oh, you showing me a good time, you being a gentleman, da 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 da, and now it's like, ooh, tranny, num 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 num. Do you suck dick? Can I fuck you in the ass? Can you fuck me in my ass? Can I suck your dick? Tranny, 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 tranny. It turns into now it's no kind of romance, it's no kind of care, it's no kind of whatever it was before. Now it's just a novelty of me being this freak penis having human blow up doll. And so now it doesn't even feel right anymore either. And now I have to debate on, damn, I too have sexual needs and desires. Do I want to play around when I know this is a dead end because he's so cute, that dick so right? Da 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 da. Do I want to be used again? Having a good time just for the sake of getting a nut, knowing that this is a dead end, I'm gonna have to do you a turn and it be over, or just be stuck in sex. How do I want to play this out? How do I want to play this out? Um, and so when I was younger, it was, ooh, my hormones is raging, so I'm playing da 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 da. But then my feelings are getting hurt because it just keeps repeating. Every time I meet a cool dude I want to take me out, it just either it's no or it's sexual. And so boom, now I'm gonna start charging you niggas. So when I do charge you, at least if it turns into sexual, I'm getting my rent paid, I'm getting some bills paid. If you say there's like, I don't want to say insurance, but I always get something out of it. I'm not just getting out of it. I'm not just getting dick and a wet ass and an extra number on my body count. I'm actually getting some money. I actually got something to show for it. So now I'm using money, escorting, as a defense mechanism against the empty sexual prowess that is being laid upon me. And while that feels good for survival, while that feels good for, my bottom line in regards to my cost of living, eventually it doesn't suffice. Eventually, especially when you get older and you start making money in other ways so that your bills and shit is taken care of. When I was younger, it was like, oh, I ain't making no money, so I need this money. This survival. But once you get to the point where it's not survival and I'm actually, I'm making money other ways and I actually don't need the money, then it doesn't suffice anymore. It doesn't. And then you open yourself up to, maybe I can talk to him and without it being about money. And then you meet the guy who his fetish is, it's not just the it's not just the body part, it is the whole experience. I want to take you out. It's a I want to you start meeting the older cats who, it ain't just a wham bam thank you ma'am. It, on the bottom line it is, but they trick you because they want to take you out and they want the experience of going out and having fun and the emotional attachment, because that's a part of because you good at finding out, you good at weeding out the chasers. But what that happens is somebody will get through you can weed them out, but then somebody's gonna get through that knows how to, that a part of their sensuality is to treat you great. And for you, that emotional attachment start to happen because they're treating you like normal. But it doesn't end well because it doesn't go anywhere. Mm, I think my mindset, Raven, when I think about, I think of it differently when I'm hustling on the street, when I'm trying to make some money, when it's business. Um, there's a level of care that I just don't give a, I just don't have. Like, long as I'm keeping myself safe, long as you getting what you expect, and I'm getting what I expect. If you just trying to get some head, nigga, and you got my money, what we need to talk about was between my legs for it. Nigga, you trying to get some head. I'm trying to fulfill a fantasy for you. So let's fulfill this fantasy, pay me, go on about your business. I think I feel very different about that than just like a normal um a non-trick type of situation. In that situation, nigga, give me my money. Let's do this. Look, we selling fantasy. I'm selling you a fantasy, you buying a fantasy. It's role play, nigga. I'm role playing cisgender. I'm role playing cisgender, nigga. So I think that's a different scenario. And also, this is kind of, I don't know if it's problematic, but also there's a level of, when I was younger, I think older, I don't have the same sensibility. When I was younger, it was a level of, you niggas don't care about me. Why am I caring about you? Why am I? You don't care, nigga. When you met me in the club, you was feeling on my ass and crossing my boundaries and touching on my titties, and I didn't invite you to do that. But now all of a sudden, I gotta worry about boundaries of when I'm deceiving and when I'm not deceiving. But you ain't worried about. You wasn't worried about my boundaries. You was breaking them. You wasn't worried about my consent. You wasn't worried about none of that. You know what I'm saying? So part of me was like, these niggas don't give a fuck about me. Why should I give a fuck about them? Why should I be tiptoeing around caring about them? They don't, these niggas will leave me dead in the ditch, break my jaw. So why should I be giving a fuck and care about them? Fuck you. But as I got older, I had to realize that my morals of myself, how I want to maneuver in the world, should not be based on people outside of me. How I want to care for people should not be based on people outside of me. I want to care for people in this way. I want to respect people's boundaries in this way. I don't want to respect people's boundaries just because they respect mine. I want to move in the world in a different way. As I got older, when I was younger, it was like, they don't care about me. Why should I care about them? Oh, these niggas will do this. These niggas will do that. Da, 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 da. Facts. And girls will slap you if you touch them if they dancing. Some of them would back in the day. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been in a situation where I slap niggas for touching my ass. Um, but I also been in situations where I didn't, and I felt like, oh, whoa, what's happening? Um, yeah, I've been in a lot of yeah, I just been in. I remember I talked about this. I remember going to a house party and being drunk and being a little. I, I'm young, so I don't know my I didn't know my limit at the time. Like this rarely happens now that I'm an adult because I know my limit. But I was you know how you're a little tipsy and drunk and kind of dizzy. You need to go lay down just for a little bit, just to kind of take the edge off of it. Um, And I remember going into the room to lay down and waking up to a nigga pulling my pants down and him thinking I'm a cisgender girl because this is a cisgender party and him reaching in and once he filled my dick, jump back and leave the room. So if I was a cisgender girl, you would have assaulted me. You would have violated me. So yeah, I've been in many situations. In many situations like that. I've been, yeah. So when I was younger, I didn't give a fuck about these niggas, child. These niggas will get you, and I'd much rather get you than before you get me. That's how it was when I was younger. Rather get you than you get me, because they will get you if you let them. Yeah, I've been in so many situations. I remember. I think I told y'all this story too. When I met did I tell y'all a story about me and Nautica, me and the trans girl that came to Jackson State, and we went to hang out with these two dudes, and one I was like a she met the dude and then his homeboy was like crippled. And so I'm not a third wheel, but I'm there as the wing person, as her wing man to deal with the nigga while she deal with this nigga. So it was only four of us. And honey, she was trying to trick him and he ended up clocking and it turned into this whole thing and I had to pop her because I'm young. This is when I'm young. So I went from being too scared to try to do any kind of tricking, just scared because everybody was like, oh, they'll kill you, they'll kill you, they'll kill you, they'll kill you. So it was like, oh, I don't want nobody to kill me. I don't want nobody to kill me. And then I went to I'm a little bit more passable. So I'm like, ooh, I'm playing a little bit more games. And then when I meet my gay mom, she teach me that it's possible. So I'm like, oh, I could do everything. And I'm traveling and it just was a whole I went through a change and then I went back to, oh, I don't want to do that no more. Um, but at this time I'm like, oh my God, you're gonna get us killed. But she was older than me. So she had already went through the process of, nah, girl, we out here. You got to be out here in these streets. You got to play, girl. You got to. If you want to have fun, you got to play. If you want to be treated like a girl, act like one. Be one. Because if you keep telling them your tea, they're gonna treat you like a tranny each and every time. So if you want to be treated like a girl, be a girl. Catch this number, honey. Sweet thing, let me tell you about the world and the way things are. So yeah, it's like, And it's simple, but that's I know for me, that's what it was. It's simple. It seems simple, but that's what it was. I just want to be treated like a girl because I'm a girl. Remember Miss One told you. We can all go back to running our business. We can all go back to running our business. But yeah. Yeah, I think as you get older, for me as a trans woman, as I get older, I was trying to find that balance of what does it look like? How do I navigate the world that's going to treat me a certain way if they know I'm one thing, and treat me a way that I want to be treated if they think I'm one thing, and that balance of accepting who you are, but also living in your truth in a way that the whole it's hard. It's an ugly little situation. Yeah, it's an ugly situation. But if I as as a middle-aged woman, I feel like once my internal compass, my self-esteem starts to be based in me and who I am, and not because I felt like when I was younger, my self-esteem was based in wanting validation from men. There was a strong pick me up in there. Cause I was getting validation for everything else. I've said this, my mama made me feel beautiful. So I never really needed validation from my people. Um I didn't really look at my friends for validation. That really wasn't the tea. I didn't I didn't really it wasn't for them. So I don't look at friends like that in regards to validating me. Um but that comes later. Not when I was younger. My friends were just safety in the sense of we all the same and we all cool. And we want to have fun. It was more a source of fun. It wasn't really about fun and safety. It wasn't really about validation. Niggas was the one that was the validation for me. It was I felt like having a man was important to womanhood, being chosen, um, being loved, being beautiful, passable, and feminine enough to be chosen. That was important when I was a teen. Um, and then when that started to not be possible, being submissive, I don't know, being submissive. My love is not ever really rooted in dominance and submission. It is it is it more so about roles, not necessarily dominant. I feel like roles dysphoria made me the roles need to be tight. But I wouldn't say dominance and submissive was I don't want to say it was non-existent, but it wasn't heavy for me. Um, it was about I had a dream of what love looked like as a woman and for a woman, and so what I wanted it to look like for me. Once I realized that that wasn't possible, then it warped into I had something to prove. Where now my goal is to turn every nigga that I can turn them out. Like I want to see I got something to prove. Like the nigga you think I can't get, I want to get him. Like I gotta make it happen. It's about everybody gay, and I know they are. Everybody queer, and I know they are. And if they not, they about to be. Because I'm trying to turn them all out. It was a mission. I need to get it on my record because you bitches think I can't pull, and I can pull. You think because I'm trans, it close the door on me. You think you can because um, and it wasn't just with cis women. It was with butch queens because butch queens try to be in competition with you too. Try to be, oh, if they'll have you, Miss Diamond, they'll have me. Girl, no. It's some trade that I could pull that you can't pull. um, it was a bunch. It was a definitely collecting badges. It was definitely but also it was internal because it didn't necessarily have to be seen by other people. It's me. There's niggas who I fucked with just because I didn't tell nobody. It wasn't about me, other people seeing it. It's about me knowing for myself that I can pull this nigga. I can pull him. Even it was heavy, 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 heavy. You got so heavy, baby. Um, it was heavy when I was young. It's light now. That don't mean it's gone. It's just light. It was heavy in my motivations. Just like when you got that Irish man. What you mean? It was heavy in my motivations when I was younger. It's not heavy, it's light now. Not saying that it's totally gone because I recently, not recently, it's been about 3 years ago. There was this dude who I met in like 2010. And when he met me and I told him my tea, he was like, hell nah. And he was so fine. And his dick was so pretty. And I hadn't had a hell nah in a minute. I was like, wait, am I, honey, is the supreme, is there another supreme rising? Bitch, is the supreme losing her powers? Oh my God, what's going on? I ain't had no hell nah in a minute. What? And he was so right. Everything about him was right. He was like 6'3". Dick was big and pretty. He was fine. I was like, man, that nigga blocked me. I was like, what? It said no and blocked me. I rarely get a no and block. What? Me? Moi? A no and a block? Oh, they at least not block you and keep the chat open just in case and still be in. I still see them in my stories. You know what I'm saying? And they still look and keep it open. This nigga blocked me. I'm like, what? You had to block cause my tea? So fast forward to 3 years ago. That was like 2000, not 2010, like 2012. Fast forward like 3 years ago. Nigga, this nigga randomly this we was on I don't know what, I think we was on Kick or something. I think it was Kick. Something that I don't use no more. Kick. Randomly, this nigga added me on Instagram. And so I'm like, what made you add me? He was like, "What you mean?" I was like, "Nigga, last time I talked to you, you blocked me and had a big issue with my tea." He was like, he didn't say, I can't remember how he responded to it, but it wasn't any kind of explanation. It wasn't an explanation. He just kind of let it linger. I said it and he didn't respond. A couple of days later, he'll say something like say he'll like a picture or it wasn't he anytime I kind of call him out on it, he wouldn't respond to it. But I'm like, oh, you coming back to mama's web, honey. I'm going to do you like Frodo and wrap your ass up and poke you with my sticker, literally and figuratively. So I played the long game, and honey, one day I can't remember. I can't remember what happened. Something. I was on the apps and I seen that it showed that he was super close to me. I think we were like on like Plenty of Fish or something, and it said that he was like a mile away, somewhere super super close. And so I was like, I hit him up on Instagram and was like, "What you doing in my neck of the woods?" And I sent him a picture of me. I have this picture where my whole ass is like like it's the camera is behind me, so you see the heart of my ass and my thighs like this, but I'm turned around like this. And but the camera is to the point where you don't see like my junk. You see just how pretty my hole is, and I have a beautiful hole. It's just so pretty and lovely. And I sent that to him. I sent that. It says you so close to me. Where you at? And he's like, damn, because I ain't ever sent him no picture like that. And I was like, oh, I live. And I tell him where I stay. He was like, man, that's like a block away. And I was like, come through. You need to finally make the decision and come on through. And he was like, who over there with you? I was like, ain't nobody over here with me. Why would I invite you over and there's people over here? Nigga, don't play with me. Honey, he came over here and I wore him out. He came in like 2 minutes. Too fast and too furious, baby. Too fast, too furious. And so now he hits me up trying to hook up with me, but now I say, oh boy. Now I can play you to the left. No, 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 no. No, thank you. And he was like, damn, it's like that. I can't get it again. Oh, baby, I was just trying to have you on my record because you kind of hurt my feelings back in the day when you blocked me and said I couldn't have you. Now that I have you, I don't need to have you again. Thank you, though. I appreciate you. That's what's for my ego. Cause I ain't never had no nigga say like act like that. Like I don't know. It's something about niggas, even if they say no, they don't be blocking me. Nigga, fuck out of here. Especially on his level. Cause he is like Brock Hunter. Y'all know Broderick Hunter? He's like Broderick Hunter level fine. Like fine. Like we talking about 11 out of 10 modelistic type nigga. So usually I can maneuver. But honey, when you block me, you ain't giving me no chance to maneuver. And I don't like that. Usually I can tell you my tea and, over time I can, you know. But honey, he would block me. I was like, really? But now I don't really be responding to his messages. So it's a a little get back. Now when he see me in his now when his job be having him in my area, He be hitting me up. I'm not far from you. Can I come see? No, I'm busy. I'm playing video games. No, I'm busy. I don't feel like it. No, no, thank you. Uh-uh. Yeah, it was. So it's still there. The part of me is still there. I still like the chase. I still like the knowing I still got it. I mean, especially as I've gotten older, we don't talk about aging enough either. I am aging, and that's a whole different shift. You gotta be confident, honey, because honey, these young niggas will make you feel like an auntie, baby. They'll still be attracted to you, but they'll unintentionally make you feel like you a golden girl. They'll still be you like, oh, what the young boy said to me the other day. We matched on black, and he gonna say, and this instantly turns me off. So that's also how I know I've changed. He says, mm, so when the last time you had some young dick? Oh, sir, I don't even like young dick. I like older men because they treat me like a princess. Thank you. I didn't say that I wanted you. I did, but I didn't give him that. Once you get to treating me like auntie, I am turned off. And the conversation is over. Conversation is done. Once you get to treating me like motherfucking Sophia Barillo, whatever her name is, get out of here, nigga. Fuck out of here. No, thank you. This is why I deal with old niggas. Cause they make me feel like I'm that girl. Your motherfucking ass making me feel like an unregistered cougar, bitch. I don't want to be a cougar. Because I'm actually not attracted to young dudes like that anyway. So, bitch, you trying to make me feel like, honey, you doing me a favor. No, thank you. Mm-mm. No, thank you. So you got to be confident. I'm in a whole different space in regards to that, in regards to like, that comes with, I've been worked through that. Once you start gaining weight, that's when for me, when you start gaining weight and getting into your honey, your nail Carter bag. Once you start getting into, them cooking, them cooking mama arms, where they know you cook good by your arms. Hmm. Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I feel like I do feel like I'm in my prime. I don't feel like I'm in my youth at all, but I do feel like I'm in my prime. Like you getting I never was. If you get me now, you getting the best of me, baby. I am comfortable. I don't have any hangups. When I was younger, I had a lot of hangups. I had a lot of rules. I had a lot of hoops you had to jump through. I had a lot of insecurities. I don't have any insecurities now. I'm good. I love my body. I love me. I feel like I'm the smartest I've ever been. I feel like I'm the most emotionally intelligent I've ever been. So anybody that I am, my embodiment is way more free than when I was younger. Yes, baby, my family is from Mississippi, babe. I cooks down. Yeah, I'm more comfortable in my body. I'm more comfortable in what I do. I'm more comfortable. I'm more comfortable in, yeah, honey. It ain't no rules, baby. I'm smacking it, flipping it, rub it down. When we in that bedroom, we're doing the duel. We're doing all the things. Ain't no rules. We're having our fun. We getting nuts, multiple. We're doing ain't no hangups. We being free. But I also don't accept men who are not free. So we out here being free. Um, yeah. So I say all of that to say, as I've gotten older, I don't center men in the way that I did when I was younger. I wanted to uh, uh, having a man, being with a man was a part of my validation as a woman. They don't even sell chitlins in the summertime, child. Not in my stores. What stores is selling chitlins? Food Town, is Food Town selling it? My stores don't sell. My HEB don't sell chitlins until the holidays. I just rewatched an episode of House of Dragon about liking roast duck or geese. Mm. I've been looking for ever since that motherfucking what's what's the new, not the one that came out before this one, something the tall, what's the House of Dragon theme one with the little egg with the little bald little boy. Ever since I watched that episode where they cooked them real live goose eggs, have you ever seen a goose egg? How big they are? I was like, I'm trying to find a goose egg, and some people sell goose eggs, so I'm trying to find me a goose egg to cook. Did y'all see when he cooked that goose egg in there for real? It was so big and juicy. I was like, I need that. Do you have any criticism about trans people are presented in Euphoria? I mean, it's only Jules? Is it another trans person? Who's the other trans person? Is it somebody else? I hear everybody talking about polygamous, but polygamous doesn't sound like anything like I want to watch. I love Jules' character. I don't know. I don't have any critiques about it. I love Jules' character. I love her depiction. I felt like I felt like Cal's storyline was spot on. I feel like the prison of the trick that's paying for her condo is spot on. Um, being being just an object. um, yeah, I have no critiques. Like I said, I feel like Euphoria is one of the best in the past 10 years. It is House of Dragon, Handmaid's Tale, and Euphoria. Those are my top three shows that I love. Yeah, I love them. When Aegon made them breakfast, yes, them big ass eggs. Those was goose eggs. I think she's very humanized, especially with the bonus episode. I agree. Yeah, I loved everything about every character, even the ones that were not likable. I kind of liked them. Um, it's a couple of I'm trying to think of did I have a who was my mm, I don't have any critique. of the I loved it. I loved it. I have no critique about it. It was good. Oh, I do have a critique. The only critique is that I feel like Rue's character was unrealistic. There's no way that somebody as pretty as Rue would be navigating the underground gutter bucket sewer of a drug ring and not in a strip club and not be sexually exploited. Impossible. That was the only thing that was like that felt like, girl, stop. There ain't look at how quickly Alamo immediately turned on Maddie. Like immediately went to sexually exploit her. That would have happened to Rue. I know that's the, we got to keep her character, the storyline, da 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 da. But that as quickly as Maddie got in cahoots with Alamo and he was ready to sexually explore her, that's what would have happened to Rue, especially a lesbian. They think lesbians who don't be fucking niggas, they think that they are gold star, like they pussy is special, that got special kind of juices on it. Especially as a masculine, of center, pretty girl, child, please. They would have exploited Rue. I find that to be unrealistic. They sexualize teens with adult actors. I think people are stupid. I think that's stupid. I think people want to act like teens are not out here having sex and fucking, and that's why they don't have education about sex. Folks be out here having sex. Have you seen Wild Cherry? No. Mm-mm. No, I never heard of it. I'm currently watching Avatar. Well, I just finished it. I love Avatar. This might not be the time. We're done. Yeah, we're done with the subject. That might not. This might not be the time. But did you have the thoughts on most recent episode of House of Dragon? I thought it was amazing. I thought it was a great opener. I thought it was good. I thought it was written beautifully. I loved that we got our first YN dragon sheep stealer out here. Anybody can get it. Yo, bitch ass done brought me into a motherfucking war, bitch. I've been out here chilling, eating organic sheep and goats, and bitch, you throw me in the line of fire and think I'm not gonna blaze everybody up. Fuck your sister, fuck your brother, fuck your cousin, whoever. I'm blazing everybody because you shouldn't have brought me out to this motherfucker. And I don't know nothing about this war. I love sheep stealer. I think I'm gonna need Rhaenyra to get her shit together, bitch. You done lost two motherfucking sons. It's time for the Targaryen to come on out. It's time for that tick tick boom to boom. It should have boomed second season. It should have boomed then when that first son. But now you done lost two, bitch. It's time to boom. Tick tick boom. Blow it up. Mother scorn. I hate the way Avatar ended. I was annoyed. But I mean, it's going the way it's supposed to end. I feel like it's going the way I think we're gonna meet. Okay, we got Taff. First of all, the actress that's playing Taff is killing it. She's killing it. She's giving all the mannerisms of Taff. She is killing it. Um, who is the next person that they meet? So they got air, water, fire. So they got the next season is going to be bringing Goku to the fold, and they gonna have to meet the Bloodbender. Who else they gonna have to meet? That's why I hope they don't. I hope they don't skip certain people. I want to see them do blood. I want to see we finally get the met. Taff becomes the metal bender. She's the one who introduced a whole different element, which makes her unique to the in the franchise. But I wanna, I want what you call it to learn blood bending. Katara, is that what's her Katara? I can't remember her name. Um, Katara. I want her to learn blood bending. Um, what else? Who else? What else? What comes next? I can't remember. I can't remember what it comes. I ain't watched the old one in a while. But yeah, we got to. He's the fire. He's the fire element. So he has to come over to the fold for him to learn fire. Who does Aang learn fire from? Is it the uncle or Zeus or the Asian boy? Um, who teaches Aang fire? Isn't the uncle? Isn't the uncle that teaches Aang fire? Who become his fire teacher? Okay, Google. Who teaches Aang the Airbender fire in the series, original series?
Zuko teaches Aang firebending in the original series. Initially, Aang briefly learns the basics from Jeongjong, but he abandons the training after accidentally burning Katara. Later in
Uh,
season 3, Zuko joins the Team Avatar and becomes his permanent instructor.
yeah, so he got a next season. They gonna bring Zuko into the fold. They got Taff. The first season was the water. Taff is earth. First season is water and air. Um, Second season is Taff. Third season gonna be Zuko bringing the fire. Yeah, I set all my people as black. She can't because she is too busy trying not to be liked, trying not to be like her daddy. Yeah, yeah, you gotta go crazy, baby. But her daddy wasn't violent. Not to be like her daddy. Not to be like her daddy. No, wait. Trying to not be like her daddy. Because her daddy was all peaceful and nice. She wants to be the girl, go crazy. Be like Damon. Go nuts. Wear bitches out. Because baby Allison, girl, Allison get on my damn nerve. I thought Allison was gonna be my girl. When she came down them steps when she was young in that green, and they was like, you know what colors mean war? And it was her in that gown coming down. I live for that. I thought she was gonna be my girl. But she has turned into girl. Allison, you getting on my damn nerves. You judgmental. First of all, the fact that you was judging motherfucking Rhaenyra, and then you get older and you get to fucking Sir Kristen, bitch. All this shit was cause you fucking was on some fucking respectability shit. So you was late and tired. So she just turned into but what I'm still not understanding is the fucking son. That son that they sent away. I don't understand anything about that. Anything. I don't even remember the son being taken away or why or her first son that she was asking old boy about. I'm like, why wasn't the son raised with you? What's going on? I did not understand none of that. What is strong? I never heard of that. I think I just heard about it today, but I don't know what it's about. I'm ready to watch Practical Magic with Sandra Bullock and Practical Magic 2 with Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman. I want some magical shit. Yeah, Practical Magic. I'm excited about. You know what I've been watching lately? I've been watching all these damn presidential documentaries on Netflix, like Theodore Roosevelt. I'm gonna watch FDR next. I watched the Jefferson one. They've been spilling a lot of tea. No, I haven't seen it. Couture, no. Oh, and Coven. Yeah, AHS 13. I'm ready for Doom Prophecy season 2 to come back. What character is she playing? Is she playing a designer or something? Roosevelt had a rowdy daughter. Mm. Roosevelt had a lot of stuff. There was a lot going on. There are many of the I'm eating almonds. Large almonds from HEB. Extra large almonds. Mm. I'm more of a pecan girl. I don't like walnuts. Walnuts, ooh. I like walnuts in ice cream, like black walnut ice cream, but just straight walnuts, no. Jolie stars as a filmmaker in Paris during Fashion Week whose encounter with women from all walks of life sparks a personal journey of self discovery and forces her to confront the choices shaping her. Mm, mm. She did mention the almonds were raw. Yeah, I like raw almonds. Is there, what other kind of almonds is it? Roast almond? I like raw almonds. Hmm. You get more of the nutritional value out of them. Hmm. I also been playing Elder Scrolls a lot. They've been really doing good with the content. They got a new event out now. Oh, she pleaded guilty, y'all. So y'all remember the dude that got the trans guy that got killed, Sam Nordquist, the girl that he went to live with. Remember in the was they in the Boston area? I can't remember exactly where they were at. But remember they tortured him and it was a group of them. Well, the first one pled guilty to murder. Let me go.
Celebrate getting the best sleep and savings during the 4th of July sleep event at the Living Spaces Sleep
Let
Center.
me skip it.
One of the 7 defendants charged in the torture and murder of Sam Nordquist is expected in court. Precious Arzawa is expected to change her plea from not guilty to guilty on all charges. Sam's mother and sister are making their way here from Minnesota to be at that hearing. Ryan Hermanit spoke with them on their journey tonight. Ryan, what have they been told about the sudden development?
Well, Teresa, Sam's mother, Linda, and his sister, Kayla, say they got on a conference call with the Ontario County DA's office yesterday afternoon. And what they were told, neither were expecting. Is this surprising news to both of you? Are you shocked to hear this?
I was shocked.
Linda first heard that Precious Arzwaga, one of the main suspects charged in connection to her son's death, would be in court tomorrow from a friend. It wasn't until hours later that she says a prosecutor called her and Kayla to let them know that Arzwaga is expected to plead guilty to all 11 charges.
Never would have guessed that she would have decided to plead guilty. And so I said that we will be there.
Linda and Kayla have long referred to Arzwaga as the ringleader in the 2024 torture of Sam. They say he traveled here after meeting Arzwaga online. Sam's body was found in a field in Yates County weeks after his family reported him missing. Prosecutors say he was held hostage in a hotel room and tortured. In addition to first-degree murder and kidnapping, she also faces child endangerment charges for allegedly involving her 2 young children in the crimes. If Arzwaga does change her plea, Kayla says the emotions will be mixed.
I feel almost disrespected in a way because with going to trial, I feel like that's how we would have gotten the why, the how, the what. And I feel like me and my mom and everybody who supports Sam deserves to know the truth.
Kayla and Linda are currently on their way here from Minnesota for Arzwaga's hearing. It will be the first time they're all in the same room.
It is a terrifying thought and a disgusting thought. And I'm going to try my hardest to keep my composure and not share sentence here. want to give her the satisfaction of having her to be cried.
We did reach out to Ontario County District Attorney Jason McBride, and he could not confirm whether or not Arzwaga is expected to plead guilty. He did reiterate that his office will not be offering her a plea deal.
Too much evidence. Why would they offer a plea deal?
Arzwaga's hearing is
Fuck out
scheduled
of
for
here.
tomorrow morning at 9.
What about the other
Ontario
ones?
County Courthouse. We will be there, and we'll update you on the status of Arzwaga's plea as soon as we learn new details.
Get the Rochester fruit.
Child. I want to know all the tea. I do want to know all the tea. I do want to know all the tea, though. I want to know what you're going through. Yeah, I want to know. I'm like her. I want to know what's going on. Have you decided on moving versus staying in Houston? I want to move out the country, but I'm broke. I want to move out the country, but I'm broke. So I have to sit still. I definitely want to move. Not that I don't love Houston. I love Houston, but I don't love America like that. I want to be somewhere that I'm not thinking about America shit. I want to just be somewhere chilling. No, not Thailand. Vietnam. I didn't really like Thailand like that. Thailand and Tokyo was like New York with a different font, even though they were bigger. They're bigger. But it's a very big city, different font. Thailand feels like certain parts feels like amazing. Yeah, it just was amazing. So Vietnam, yeah, I mean Vietnam felt amazing. Did I say that? Yeah, Da Nang specifically. But yeah, that's what it was. That's what it felt like. Tokyo, Thailand, just big city. New York with a different vibe. That's literally what it is. Big old city, streets, lights, da 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 da. Busy, hustle, bustle, traffic, civilization. Whereas like Da Nang feels like if Da Nang felt like Waikiki, Hawaii, because it's a beach town. And I don't want city excitement. I want laid back, chill, country, beach town. And that's what Da Nang gave me. For sure. Yeah, I want the cost of it was the cost of living, if I'm to be honest. It wasn't necessary. It was all it just oh my god. I can't really explain it. Well, I can. The cost of living was so drastically different that I just know that my quality of life will go up like crazy. Like, for example, so I love massages. Like I get massages once a month. And it's like between like 120, 150, depending on the frills. Baby, the same high-end level massage that I get here is like $20 there. Some parts of town is like 10. But the busy part of town is like $20. So like I can afford to get a massage every other day and it not for the amount of money that I was paying. I could get it once a week for the amount of money that I was paying here. with an extra one. Like the cost of food, the food was so delicious and fresh and good. And it was like $2 for a big meal. It was just so good. You right there next to Hoi An, and you can go to Hoi An and they will make you anything you want to wear. You pay them a small amount of money and they will make you your perfect fit pants, your perfect fit shoes, your perfect fit everything you can imagine. They can make it. In regards to clothes, like anything from suits to gowns to coats to everything. Yeah, the cost of living is so perfect. But I just would have to give up so much. This is the issue. The only issue that is like stopping me is I like being around black people, and there's some black people there, but it ain't like it's foreign black people, and they be different. Most motherfuckers Most motherfuckers who are foreigners living abroad, they be anti-black, y'all. To me, they be they that kind of they the black. They only not conservative in racial situations. They conservative in almost every way. It's rare. If you a dude, you probably got a fetish for Asian girls. That's why you over there. Bye bye, Angel. Have a great day. Why not temporary as a retreat? Because then I would have to give up my rent controlled apartment and then come back, and then I won't have this amount of rent. That's the problem. It's like if I give it up, I don't plan on coming back. Like I plan on. I don't like moving. I've been in Houston since 2007. I've been in this same apartment since 2011. So I hate moving. Once I move, I like to chill and be good. And once I leave the country to live, nigga, I ain't coming back to this motherfucker. I'll go try somewhere else. I'm gonna try and see kind of girl. If I get the courage to leave the country and live, I'm not coming back here. I turned 18 in 2011. Yeah, I've been in the same apartment since 2011. Yeah. I'm slowly stacking. You really inspired me to take it seriously. Mm. Yeah, I just can't. I can't imagine if I go try to learn another language and go through the whole process, baby. Why would I? No. If I have to come back, it's because all hell has broke loose and I gotta come back. And also, I don't have like I don't know. I just don't. don't know. I'm feeling like a nomad. I hate throwing stuff away. I hate packing up. Yeah, I'll be liking to throw stuff away. I'll be like, I really want to. I want somebody to come and help me go through. I literally have been thinking about hiring somebody to come in and help me go through. Like, I have like racks, racks of clothes, and really just kind of keep me focused on going through it. And because doing it myself, I'd be getting distracted and doing all kinds of stuff. I really wanted to, like, hey, do, 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 do. But I don't like stuff. It's just certain, most of the stuff that I have I have sentimental value about. So I have to figure out what. I'm like, you haven't wore this, you haven't wore this, you haven't wore this, you haven't wore this. Throw this shit away or donate it or something. Would you go to Hotlanta? No, I would never live in Atlanta. No. That is like one of my least favorite cities in the United States. Make it a Chasing Thread special. I don't be wanting to show people my house, child. But I got so much. Let me watch. I have a whole rack right here. Let me show you. Just random shit like this. Random shit. Like a whole motherfucking sparkly gown. Just hanging up that I haven't wore yet. I'm gonna wear it, but just a whole sitting on the rack, waiting to be wore that I have, or something like this. Like this is a I love this little armored motherfucking thing. I really love this. It's my signature. It's all little beady things, which I love. Or let me see what else I got. What else? Anything else? Let me see if I can. I love this. This doesn't look good on but on it looks sickening. It's so cute. I love this. There's so many things. So much stuff. I have so much. No, I have a 1 bedroom. My den I have turned into a closet. Basically, my den doesn't have a it's not like no table or nothing. It's like a square, so each wall has a rack of like multiple racks of clothes.
It's the first weekend of Pride.
It has come to my attention that Megan Thee Stallion is single again. Lesbians, dykes, bulldaggers, women who love women, sapphics. Let us use this time to really show our best, to highlight the greatness of our community, to present as a viable option for women who love women. Let us highlight the lifestyle. Let us talk about the good news that we offer to the space so that hearts and minds might be shifted in our direction,
Period.
in our favor. In Niecy Nash's name, I pray.
Period. We're falling into the MLK voice. Yes, child. I really want to make that mint green into a something. I got this gold jacket, this sickening ass gold jacket that is very jubilee, but midi length. I love it. But yeah, I applied for a school in Amsterdam and got accepted. But that was on some late night shit that I just ran, some shit I randomly did back in October. I'm not going though. I just was doing some late night, doing some random ass shit. Like, I need to get out of America. Student visa, here I come. Yeah, cost of living was expensive in Amsterdam, but you get a lot of perks. You get a lot of perks. That's the issue. The problem that I do have a lot of shit. I wish I didn't have a lot of shit and just want to give it up and just go. I'm thinking about that. Well, who said that a few seconds ago about trying it out for a year? That is Kristen. That is might do that. Just pack everything up and put it in storage and then try it out. I don't know. That is a good option. But yeah, I'll be all over the place. But go. Let me see. Yeah. But I just know if I go out, I love it. But see, I don't have a gypsy side. Gypsies moved. Nigga, I ain't moved in 20 years. In 15 years. Gypsies move. I'm not scared to leave, but I don't like to. Usually I'm forced. Usually it's something happened where I'm forced to move. Gypsies move around. They nomad. Mm-mm. How did you get your stuff to you? When you put your stuff in storage, did you just lose your storage? Or you slowly went and got it and mailed it? How did that work out? Did you just lose it and just say fuck it? Traveling is moving though. Well, I guess yeah. I think of that different. Living in a place feels a little. There's a difference with come and visit a place for a week and come back home. It does feel like it's time for something new. It really does. It really does. I've been feeling this for about 2 years. Where I'm like, bitch, what are you doing? Like it's like it's like what's the new adventure? What's the new Houston was a new adventure, and I feel like I don't want to say I conquered it, but I got I've done everything I wanted to do here. But I also feel like my next chapter I feel like my next chapter I want it to be like relaxing. I want to just be laying on the beach and living a low key life. So I don't know. I feel like if I had wherever I like, if I had somebody who lived in Da Nang there, I it's what is fearful to me, and you never know until you actually do it. Is I know I'm also prone to depression if I'm not connected to my folks, and I know living there, staying there for the month that I stayed there, I was like, oh, I can see how this could easily lead me to a isolation and depression because I need I like my people culturally, the people in my culture, and so going somewhere where that doesn't exist, or it's like they have these little meetups, but as a trans person, that can be anxiety inducing too, because who gonna be cool, who gonna not gonna be cool, who is, you know what I'm saying? It could be so many layers to that. Um, but I also feel like, child, so much you saving so much money that I haven't checked any. I can't remember what I checked, but I am a part of some some Vietnam black groups, and they share stuff that they do. Like this one group, they do something every 2 weeks. Like they have a little, the Americans have a little event together in Da Nang. Mm. I wish my brother. I wish I knew what I knew now. Because if before my brother had all them damn kids, I would have fucking told his ass, "Come on, nigga, let's move." Me and my brother could have just tipped on out before he had all these damn kids. Would I still content create? Yeah, content creation is like my journaling. I probably won't. Yeah, I don't really be it's not a it's like journaling to me. It's like I love going back and hearing my thoughts and hearing, you know, how I've changed my thoughts and changed my mind about shit. I love listening to old videos where I'm like, oh, mm, mm. I don't be deleting them either. It's like, ooh, ooh. Be like, ooh, that's where you were then. A lot of problematic stuff. You're like, ooh, ooh. But it's good to see your growth. You know, the average black person hasn't been on a plane. Is that true? I didn't know that. I never looked that up. I couldn't do it. You couldn't do what? I just left all my stuff. I love my stuff. I love my things. That would depress me even more. That would depress me. Just picking up and leaving and losing all your stuff and starting all the way over. Oh my God, I would be devastated. You ain't got it. And you know what would devastate me if I'm fucking doing, like, if I'm out and I'm like, ooh, I would love to wear this, and I'm thinking like I want to wear it, and I'm like, oh bitch, you gave up all your stuff. You don't even have it no more. Oh no, I couldn't do it. No, I would be devastated. No, giving up everything. And I've done that. I'm triggered. That's like PTSD. I've had to do that forcefully in my past. I'm like, I'm an adult now. I can't do that anymore. No, I don't want to lose everything. Don't want to lose your love. Don't want to lose. Y'all see how my brain works? Like, I'll say stuff and then it'll bring up a song. Don't want to lose your love. Keeping all the old videos. Yeah, I like going back and seeing how I have grown. Or somebody randomly, because you have those old videos, somebody will randomly find it and be in the comments talking about whatever you was talking about 15 years ago, 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago. Your FBI agent be giggling. I'm so over moved all the time as a kid, and then the military. I'm trying to stay put forever now. Yeah, I moved so much when I was younger. You've referenced Dream Girls and Weird so far. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's what it is. When I was younger, I moved around so much, and everything was so unstable that once I got where I'm in control, I'm like, I'm stable. I love the fact that I've been self-sufficient, and not that I wasn't self-sufficient before, because I've been on my own since I was a teen. So I don't know. It's just part of it is like, oh, I can stay put. I have my bills on auto pay. I wasn't able to do that in my younger years, where I was like, oh, who am I gonna pay this month? Who am I gonna pay this? Oh, I got this extension I can get this extended to the 15th. I get this. Now all my bills is on auto pay. I would feel more comfortable if I had like a little. I will feel if I had like a little part time. I applied for Target last week. I didn't get the job, but I want something. I want a little part time job for any little thing, like a barista, or I don't know, some kind of little job. What was your dream as a little girl? To be a teacher. To be a teacher. To be a teacher, to be a teacher, to be a teacher. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being a teacher. teaching the children how to write, an English teacher. So I can teach them how to write and read the books that would inspire them. Read the books that would change their lives. Love to see how their little young minds work. Yeah, I just want a little part time. I want something that I ain't got to think about. Something mindless. Mindless, mindless, mindless. Are you uninterested in that now or more like a professor? Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with children. Not in this political climate. I would want a adult. Adult, 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 adult. University level. University level. Well, all right, y'all. It is 12 o'clock, and I have to be at the event at 2 o'clock. So I need to take my ass to sleep. Because I have errands to run in the morning. Make sure y'all thumbs up, and I will talk to y'all later. Night, night.